think we're live. Never quite sure. My intro is helpful because it at least gives me a minute to figure out that I'm live. So how you doing? Winning? Welcome.
I'm doing great, man. Thank you. How are you doing today? Thanks for having me.
I'm a bit tired.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's 7:00 here in the AM. So and I've just gotten up. So yes, I'm quickly trying to finish my breakfast.
So what do Australians have for breakfast? What do you have for breakfast today?
I'm embarrassed to say this, but it's actually it's a banoffee turnover. So you familiar with an apple turnover?
Yes.
Yes. So it's that, but instead of fruit that's good for you, it's caramel. So the missus bought it when she was out shopping yesterday, and yeah, because I woke up late, and well, I woke up early actually, but yeah, so there was a bit of confusion, as you know. Sorry everybody. I would have scheduled this earlier. I scheduled this way before, but I was confused. I thought I would be on Winning's channel, and Winning thought he'd be on mine, and neither of us realized, or I didn't realize, but yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I was all excited for my trip to Australia.
Well, instead, you get to sit in my lovely lounge room with the fireplace.
Yeah, it's very nice.
I'm like, I need a thumbnail. I need a thumbnail.
That's awesome, man.
So yeah, hey, Cool Frog Man, how you going? Hey, Costy, Jesus, it's just as early for you. So I didn't know what we were going to talk about, and then something happened this morning. Like that Tem posted. Are you familiar with Lance Reddick?
No.
So he's an actor of both screen and a voice. So he passed away today. So
Lance Reddick.
You may recognize his face.
Oh, I do.
Yeah. So he died today.
Okay.
He's been found dead.
Oh wow.
So it's unclear what the cause of death is, but law enforcement informed TMZ it appears to be natural. So, but yeah, that sucks. Like, even if you don't know his face and you never heard his name, you know his voice. Like, if you played Destiny, you know his voice. If you played like fucking Horizon Zero Dawn, you know his voice. Like here's his credits.
Man.
Like,
it's like these days, like every time you hear something like that, you're like,
Yeah, well, yeah. Die, you're like 60, drop dead.
Yeah, man. In the danger zone. It's like, wow. That sucks. I hate to hear that.
But yeah. Like he was Commander Zavala in Destiny. I don't really play Destiny, but yeah.
Yeah, I know he was on one show I used to watch.
He was on The Wire.
I didn't really watch The Wire that much, but his face is very familiar. He's been in other things that I know I've seen before. So
Fringe.
Yeah, I did watch Fringe.
Yeah, it's probably Fringe. Fringe is a great show.
That was wild. That was a wild show. Yeah, I think it just kind of suddenly went off the air, didn't it?
I think it had 4 seasons and then it finished. Hey Tim, man, how you going?
2008 to 2013, 5 seasons. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I remember it got really weird there at the end. Which is saying something because Fringe was pretty weird to begin with. But yes, I think so. I think Anna Torv is Australian. I'm pretty sure she was the lead. Pretty sure she's Australian. Yes, she's an Australian actress.
There's so many Australian actors and actresses that'll play in movies and TV and stuff, and like Americans will have no idea they're Australian until like much later in their careers. They'll be like, "What?"
Yeah, exactly. We're stealthy like that,
right? It's just like you flip a switch or just run a script or something, and you guys can change, just like that.
That's right, we can. It's really easy. Hey, Elb, how you going? So, tell people about yourself, I guess. Winning, man. Like, what do you do? What's your
Well,
shtick, for lack
my
of a
name's
better term?
Winning, and I win reality, and yeah, that's pretty much what I focus on doing most of the time. Well, I do have a channel, and I do a variety of things over there. It's always in the as us young channels are always forming and reforming and rising from the ashes of some to something new. But no, it's been going pretty well. I've been doing more live streams lately. Took some time off to do a long research project a lot of people are familiar with, and
Yes, I saw
um,
that.
quite a bit of research. And the and so now I'm just starting to put that content out. I'm actually getting ready to. I got a lot of things going on there. All of a sudden, so that's good. I'm ready to kind of bounce back in there and make a run at it and see what happens here. Uh, so my channel is at its root is about root cause issues and solutions for society and promoting an idea called solution culture, which is a emergent type of action and way of thinking, way of acting that brings people together to actually put solutions in motion, right?
Hmm.
And the idea is that we've all spent so much time talking about it and becoming educated on things that all we do now is just try to talk about it, become educated on things, and not a lot of action person to person, at least to at the pace we need to kind of turn things around for the better in this world. It's been happening because I just don't think enough people are talking about it. Hey, you can do things and within your sphere of influence and within your range and your reach to make things go in the right direction.
Yeah, I
Uh,
think that's what a lot of people miss. That like we're individually we're all basically powerless to affect real change at a global level or even a local level for the most part. But you you can do small things where if everybody were to do that small thing, everything changes overnight.
exactly. It's just adding your part to the puzzle of
Yeah,
whatever the solution is, right? Whatever problem you're resolving or putting together. Like, waiting for some big type of authority, organization, or person to come along to save the day is part of why we're in the world itself is in the shape that it is. We have this kind of sit back and we got to take care of our stuff, but in a very complex world that is. And then we have the system that's supposed to take care of all these things for us, but the system is run by people, and people are can be good and they can be bad and they can be wrong, as much as
yeah,
they're right. So we can never really let go of things completely, but while there is big structural things we send people off to take care of, the things that are around us we do have within our power to do something about. And even on, there's certain things that you just can't expect a big organization to get to for you. For example, I recently have been doing this topic called Elon School,
yeah,
and in Elon School is a very bad place, and these turbulent teen industry kind of types of schools and institutions, there's a lot of talk about how many of them are, if not all of them, a lot of them are bad news. Like they're not helping kids; they're making things worse for them, and they're just basically getting rich doing it. And so this is a problem that not many people hear about, but it truly affects the next generation and it affects the world around us, and in so many ways. I mean, just bad people getting away with bad things. Nobody likes that.
yeah,
But also the how what it's doing to a whole generation of people that are going to walk out into the world with problems that they wouldn't have had otherwise. So this group, this organization, Elon School, went on for like 30 years, and with lawsuits and inspections and all types of government oversight and it was no secret by the end what was going on there.
yeah,
And still they existed, and still people were sitting there, and still judges said
yeah. We
we're
tolerate it,
ordering you to
and
go here.
yeah,
Right. It just goes on. So this group of survivors came together and they having all this common experience together, and came up with a very ingenious long-term work, reach the goal, resolve the problem type of plan to take down that school and make sure at least that school wasn't hurting any more teens as they had been hurt by it. And they all came together. They played their parts. They did what they were good at. There was no leader to this. It was just a bunch of people who knew what the goal was and who added their strengths and their talents where it was needed, and then stayed in their lanes and let others do the same. And they
working together for the common good.
Yeah, they accomplished their goal. I think there's no better example right now I can give of what solution culture is than through that. I mean, that is, we have a problem. We know it's within our power to do something about it. We're not going to go in there and physically take it away from them. That's not the way it works, right?
Yeah.
But we're going to raise awareness about it, and we're going to make a lot of noise, and we're going to do this in such a way that even the people that want to stop us won't know what to do. And that was the clever part. That was the street smarts part, because they put up this big front to let everybody see, oh, these guys, they're this, they're that. It just basically just invited all the trolls in, invited, everybody else in just to raise havoc in this one scene called the Fortis board. But really behind the scenes, they were a group of people working under one identity that was working to release a bunch of information in a documentary and stay active in the wherever they could cause a little stir, they would, whether it be the horse track or the organization or the people that were there. And they eventually got through. Really, the big breakthrough moment was on Reddit when a post came up by someone that said, "G's my hero," right? And this thing took off like a rocket, right? Well, that was all worked together too. And while people think G's my hero is one person, it's actually really 5 to 6 people, if I remember right. So very clever, and everybody stayed in their lane, do this whole thing, and they came out on top.
It's kind of like anonymous. The idea that it's this one amorphous organization, but it can be an individual, it can be a number of people, it can be an organization. It's just a mask that you can pick up, and anybody can pick up and wear and use.
Well, it was genius because they knew what they were up against, because they had the experience. Like, they knew that there was some, there's some seedy people behind all this stuff. They knew that there were some brainwashed people that were still involved in it, that were there, that could be told, that could be turned out to come after them. They put up all the stops to make sure that their message made it. They did that by listening to each other, by like I said, staying in their lanes, like really understanding, hey, you're the computer guy, so you're going to do the computer stuff, and we know that that's what you do, right? So I'm the research guy. I would research everything, and you're the guy who's out front and makes really great with people. You're going to be the voice on this front, and kind of like that. And there's like more like, I'll do that. I'll take that job because I know I can do that well.
Kind of like from each according to his ability. Never mind. I was going to make a communism reference, but it doesn't matter. My brain's not kicked into gear yet. With the Elan stuff, the most pernicious thing is the using other students to enforce the rules. That's the really cruel stuff, because it's pitting people against each other to keep them under control, and it's super duper effective. Like, but
we do it every day.
Well, yeah. Well, hall monitors, like Americans have hall monitors. Like, it's very similar. It's a paid dobber. Like, it's just a dobber or a narc. A dobber.
What's a dobber?
A dobber is like a narc.
A narc. Okay, yeah.
It's like someone who dobs on you is a dobber. Someone who dobs you in. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure it comes from the British in us, but yes.
Sure. No, I always love learning new terminology like that.
You've come to the right place.
Sure have. All right.
So, hey, DB. Hey, Rabbit. How you going?
How's it going, guys? Hey, Rabbit.
Yes, thank you. I love the thumbnail too. I had to throw it together real fast. God bless Stable Diffusion.
Right, just totally like it's here.
Oh, like
Uh,
do you use Stable Diffusion? Like, do you use AI to like AI generated art or even Chat GTP at all?
I do use Chat GPT. I don't use the art so much. Like I have done it for fun here and there, but I tend to do my own like and kind of just build my own thumbnails. I actually built my thumbnails in my editing software and then take
Oh
a
yeah,
screenshot of it and then spruce it up and do it that way. And so I have this big collection of all my thumbnails in one spot. And I don't know. I've just kind of grown used to doing it that way. I wouldn't be opposed to doing it. You know what I really want to do is I really want to find. There's a couple of different things. Like me, like we talked earlier about doing a show together. I know one of the topics we could definitely spend a good amount of very interesting time on is the AI and technology. We both seem to be tech oriented, and we both are very interested in the AI technology. So let's just talk about that for a while because we got tons to talk about there.
yeah,
One of the things I really want to be doing, try to do, is to be able to make a video like I normally would make, and then cartoonize it, like turn it into a cartoon. So I can either come in and out of cartoon world, or I can just make the whole thing a cartoon and maybe think of, maybe that's so transformative that it can't be copyrighted. Um, that's one thing. The other thing I want to do is try to find a good AI that can do vocal harmonies, like just. I've tried a couple different ways, and oh, dude, 11 Labs, right?
yeah,
I tried to I tried to take Dottie Peoples, who is a gospel singer, right?
yeah,
And I tried to take one of her songs and cut it up and put it in there and train the voice on it so I could have like this really great gospel singer kind of for backup harmonies.
yeah.
And it came out like it came out to this really deep dude's voice, like
I think music's the next stop for AI because I mean we've got visual arts like between the latest Mid Journey and Stable Diffusion and all that the visual arts cupboard the animation is a piece off that because and that's already working with what is it like the this show goes forever on Twitch is back on Twitch the
yeah, yeah,
Seinfeld that
yeah.
never ends like
I don't like the new one isn't as good as the old one, man.
I haven't seen it I saw the old one before it was cancelled but yeah, I saw it was back, and I thought, oh, that's great. I'm glad it's back because that's something interesting to do with those components.
Oh, I totally want to
Um,
do it. Like I saw that and I was like, how can I do this? How can I do
yeah,
this right now?
I haven't looked in the animation. Honestly, I see the animation part, and I think, holy shit! Like, I'd love to be able to do that, but Jesus Christ, that looks like a lot of work, and I don't have time for that.
It seems to be like just such like 8-bit stuff, and it's just kind of moving from place to place very awkwardly. They
Yeah,
go and they sit and they just switch seats constantly. So it's running on some kind of like rotation there. I think once you do it once and then that's it, it's done. They probably got the AI do it for
yeah,
them. But I wanted to do that so bad, man. I was like, I could just send send ideas off into this script world where they just constantly are coming up with new scripts and ideas and to see what the characters are up to. It's almost like Sims, but like never ending Sims, I guess.
yeah,
With like fresh dialogue, and then you see kind of like where it heads, and I don't know. It's wild. It's really strange, but I thought, man, this would be great because I could have an idea for a show and just put it in that realm,
yeah. Well, you could literally just script it like it's entertainment as a service. It's
right?
yeah, like it's just another cloud-based platform for delivering content, but instead of IT infrastructure, it delivers video and entertainment.
I need to be a little bit more clever though. Like I'd want it to be able to interact with like super chat donations, right? So someone so you can get it to do things for money, right? And then
The chat just links to straight to GTP and starts responding to everything.
well, so people could watch that stop by when we're watching it could like don't can donate or like send in money to have them do something, right? And so I'm wondering like if you had enough options, like you know it's going to happen first, right? You're going to launch it, and then everybody's going to come in there and try to break it.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean that's why they release this stuff online. Like it has to be because
So you're getting $5
if you're
super chats like nonstop for like a day.
yeah
Just trying to make them do crazy stuff.
if you're building this stuff and putting it online, you have to know that people are going to try and break it. Like the internet has been
They
around
should.
long
Yeah, they
enough
should.
that if you don't know that that's going to happen, then you've not been paying any attention. Like, because it's always going to happen. Anything new that comes online, there's going to be, most people are just going to use it the way it says on the label. But there's going to be a lot of people who will poke and prod and twist and see if they can get it to break or if they can get it to do something it shouldn't. And it always surprises me now that people are surprised. It's like, oh, people, can you believe people got ChatGPT to like, justify the Holocaust or something like something absolutely horrible? And it's like, no, like, yes, I can absolutely believe that. Where have you been? Like, of course someone's going to get it to do that because of course they are. It's the internet.
It's testing, man. You should be doing that in testing.
Yeah.
You know, you have to understand the limitations and the consequences of things in technology in terms of like, if you're going to sell this $1 million piece of software to, some company, you better know what it does when this happens, right?
Yeah. Hey, Tim, how you going?
Hello, Tam. Tam reminds me we're doing a V Radio benefit this Sunday on my channel. It's gonna start at 12. There's gonna be tons of people there at 12 p.m. Eastern time, I believe. For now, at least that's when we're starting. And then it's gonna have tons of people coming in and out throughout the day. We're gonna try to raise money, hopefully enough to get him a ramp built in front of his house, so he can so you can get some air as he's going into the house there. So we want to make sure that we do our best for him, and hopefully everything he'll be able to build that and have an easier time getting to his house from here on out. So we'll have a whole all-star lineup. The whole dang gang will be there coming in and out. Hopefully Mr. Thermo, you'll be coming by as well. Stop in, say hello.
Depending on how long you go, because 12 p.m. your time is, well, it's 4 there now and it's 7 here. So 12 p.m. would be 4 hours earlier. So like
we'll go all day.
3 in the morning. So yeah, but if you're still going when I get up, I'll get up. I'll get up early and because it's Monday for me, so I'll get up early and make sure I'm there.
It's brought to you by Everstream. It never stops. So we will we'll be making Everstream proud that day, I'm sure. We're not stopping.
Well,
we never stop.
The AI piece is exciting to me. Just the possibilities, because like I have no artistic talent at all. I've never had. I did a bit of sculpture when I went to high school, and I thought I was good, but no, my teacher disagrees. I've never been a painter. My drawings have always been very, very rudimentary. I was used to, like, when I was a kid, the limit of my drawings, it wasn't like look, Mum, here's me and you, and we're in a field, and there's the sun. No, it was, I drew this bunker under the ground. Like it was look at this field, and here's the entrance to the bunker, and here's where all the army men go, like that kind of stuff. So yeah, I've never really I've never been able to put thought to paper in that way. Like I can write, like I've written a whole bunch of scripts for TV stuff, and like I've got that all sitting there. I've done plenty of writing. Like creative writing is one thing I can do, and that to me is where, like, stuff like Stable Diffusion, where I can legitimately just turn my thoughts elucidated into text into images is a game changer.
Yeah, no doubt. And like I'm kind of doing that on my level as well, like with video and ideas and stuff, like able to put, able to make situations happen that from from existing content and from new content. Actually, I've been doing a lot of new music. All my new trailers are my own creations. Um, and just like kind of taking it to the next level, trying to move it away to the point where I can actually make shows or make parodies or whatever, just from scratch, um, instead of having to using a little bit of reused content, but not too much transformed, of course, greatly highly transformed.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
there's nothing I
you've
don't do that is greatly highly transformed, really.
because you've always done a lot of the face swapping stuff, which is hilarious. Like that's always been great.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I'm working on the finale to LawTube is Getting Weird, that series that I did. And it kind of like tailed off at the end of the year, because my intention switched, but I always intended to come back and finish that up. Of course, the ending to that story has to kind of coincide with a little bit with reality, but it's really its own universe. It's just the Lawtainment universe, so anything's possible there. So we get into a whole bunch of fun stuff. But the finale is coming up, and it's kind of a two-part finale. But the music part of it, the band part of it, the finale to that will be coming very soon. I'm working hard on it right now, and I think that I may be able to have it done in time to debut it on Sunday. So part of the stream should be the finale, the live broadcast finale.
Premiere.
Yeah, the one that I have to test it first, but the one that'll make sure that the whole stream gets copyright claimed. But it's a charity stream, so it's not going to be monetized anyway. So they can claim it all they want.
Mine, most I've been good the last few weeks. I've managed to avoid getting copyright claims. Not that it matters at all, because this channel is not monetized, because I'm not at the 1,000 subs yet. But the I don't mind the copy claim, because I'm like, oh, yeah, whatever. But when it gets that fucking block, like it's like, oh yeah, we've claimed this video and blocked it in all regions, or worse, outside Australia. I'm like, what? That's 90% of my audience,
right? Yeah,
like,
I know.
Can't you just take the
no.
5 cents this would make for you and leave me alone?
Yeah, like if you knew how little I made on this, you wouldn't be doing this right now. Like, I'm not gonna make anything on this video, man.
It's always NBC. Fuck those guys.
Yeah, they are like SNL. You try to do Saturday Night Live, boy? They're blocking that shit. You can't. Yep. I spent a good part of a day trying to get the very first Battle of the Bands. Like it opened up with Viva and Barnes doing this punk rock song that was like off of an SNL skit, right? Like with Dad's punk rock band reunion at the wedding. It was so funny, dude. It was like perfect for their character, and like Barnes was like Dave Grohl. It was so funny. But so I had to put that out on Rumble. So the very first video in that series started with the very first show going blocked. Okay. So I just kind of tailed it over. I bet you a lot of people haven't seen that one. It's probably one of the funniest ones.
How are you finding Rumble? Do you manually do stuff there, or do you just sync the channel, or like? And are you finding, how are you sending people there?
I did a big push for that, and I did a couple of different kind of video campaigns. I had the Unbreaded Chronicles I was doing. I got kind of too busy for that, and some people liked them, and I really got the early days. So I'd just say the Unbreaded Chronicles are really about the start of it. So I did that, and that got a lot of interest. And then it synced out, and I found if you sync over, those videos don't do as well as if you actually post them. Like I post a video there, it'll do much better than if I sync it. That doesn't mean I don't sync it because I'm lazy, but yeah, or I'm not lazy. I'm just too busy to kind of fit everything in. Is really what it is. To me, that's lazy, right? But
no, not having enough time is not lazy. And that's the thing. If you've got a real life and a real job outside of this, like, because we see other creators who do this full time, and it's like, wow, how do you stream that much? Well, it's because they do this full time. Like this is their job. But if you're doing this as just a fun thing or as a side hustle, then your time to do all this stuff is excruciatingly limited. Like,
Oh yeah.
Like I work most days from 7:30 till 6:30, and then I stream, and and in my lunch break, if one of you guys is streaming, I'll jump on one of your shows. Like it, yeah. The only saving grace for me now, like the only way I can do this is like the guys in my Discord pulling all the stories together, and me working from home. Like if I didn't work from home,
Yeah.
like that's 4 hours a day of travel that's just gone from my life.
No, me too.
That
I think
is
working from home
100%
is
unproductive. Just yeah, yeah, costly work. Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
Div's
no doubt.
back. Div's got a new video. She's back. She's out of YouTube jail.
She's out of YouTube jail.
Awesome. This is the way. We said this would. I said this would happen. So if you fight it the correct way, and nobody sues you, that's it. Game over. So, welcome to the impotence of the DMCA system. If you aren't going to actually back up your words, so
It's true. Oh, I
yes,
know.
that's it. I said to Div, if she survives this, she is the girl who lived. She's the girl who lived. So there you go. Div is the girl who lived, unbowed, unbent, unbroken. So she's YouTube's own Harry Potter. So because Harry Potter's the boy who lived. So you've seen the Harry Potter films, right?
Right.
Or read the books.
Does that make Cool Frog the boy who lived because he got eaten and came back too?
Well, yeah, there you go. Cool Frog's the boy who lived, and Div's the girl who lived.
The delivers.
Though YouTube tried to kill Cool Frog, outside forces tried to kill Div. So
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah. The community guideline system on YouTube is the absolute worst, and the decisions they make is just fucking terrible.
They really do. I tell you what. After I understand why some people think there's a conspiracy at YouTube. I really do, because when you look around, this is one of the things my adventures um, had basically revealed to me. If you look around YouTube deeper and long enough at some content, well, there's a lot of stuff that's not supposed to be there that is there, that they say that they stand against, that it's there. I mean, you still have all the old Sandy Hook stuff is still out there. All the old harassment of parents is still out there. All that stuff is still out there. It's just, I mean, people that were part of that are out there monetized. It's
Yeah.
And then you find that a lot of those people have been around a long time, and they also have a very kind of inside, if not an expertise of the system, if not an inside track. It seems like that they they seem to win a lot of their claims, and they seem to be able to do what they want to, and then not allow other people to do the same. It's just,
Yeah. Well, that's the thing.
it's gaming the system, really.
On YouTube,
But
we're all
it
equal.
appears like a conspiracy,
On YouTube, we're all equal winning. It's just some people are more equal than others.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, they sure are, and they it can look like a conspiracy. I don't know if it is. If it is, well, it's going to be groundbreaking. But I tell you what, there is enough people and evidence and things going on right now that if it was all kind of conglomerated together in a one giant ball, and we all just kind of stood behind that, saying these are all the things you ain't doing that you're saying you're doing, that you're punishing these people for, but you're not punishing these people for. This is all the things right here. You need to be accountable for that right there.
Yeah.
It would be overwhelming to them.
Yeah. Look,
it really would.
Fundamentally, I think that's the problem. The inconsistent approach to enforcement. Like, so many are like, you'll get punished for something, and you'll be like, but this person's doing exactly the same thing. Maybe like even worse. And you're like, well, like that's not fair. So
yeah,
and there's no fundamental fairness, and that's what sucks about YouTube.
Right. I got copyright claim takedown or whatever from a clipping of video of someone clipping a video that was like, not that I don't even know that's out there, but in its original form anymore. And like just because the person in it, the system recognized it and then gave them a kind of a free advanced viewing of the video, which was never supposed to be public, and then before it even got to where it needed to go, it was like, removed.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is, without even being able to really fight it, without even being able to have, any kind of explanation as, oh, no, your system definitely screwed this one up because this video I clipped this from has been out here for 10 years. So why is mine suddenly a problem when the original one is still intact?
Yeah.
It's not, and it wasn't the copyright, it wasn't the person that was featured in it. That wasn't who, it wasn't them. It was, and it wasn't them making the copyright claim. It was the person that was the subject of that. And that doesn't make any sense, man. Talk about a game system. That's the moment where you really feel like it's like, you got friends back there making direct phone calls or something,
Yeah.
Hey, guess what? We found another one,
Yeah.
It makes no sense at all. So that whole system it really is, it favors the big companies for sure. Like I had one video where the only thing claimed in it was a Christmas song cover by another group. And it was just like 10 seconds of it. And the whole video gets claimed.
Yeah.
But
I fucking hate that. Like it should.
Again, it was transformed.
It
was a cover song.
But again, it's not. There's no fairness in it. There's no fairness in the system because it's just it was in there, so it's theirs now. Wait, hang on a minute. Surely it's commensurate to the amount of content that's used, because if we went through the whole process, that's how it would work. It's not you get the whole thing. Well, no, you get a cut. Not the entire thing, and it's what's so frustrating about it. But it's the system that YouTube built, and YouTube built it with a fucking gun to their head. So it was that'll be sued into oblivion. So
I guess, I mean, yeah. Excuse me. You should overhaul your system every now and then. At least give it a good once over to see if, and hey, it's back to the AI topic, and this is right on top of this. I really feel like the whole AI art thing that went on with Midjourney, talking about how the content was derivative and not transformative, right? They're trying to say that AI is stealing content, stealing PI, and actually just stealing someone else's work and just reproducing it. So there's a copyright problem with that because of the way that it's learned, right? But if you look at it, that's how everybody learns everything, human or AI aside. So what I think it really proves is almost everything is transformative. And this side of a direct copy, that's about it. That's about the only thing that you could say, oh, you're stealing my stuff. Because we learn from watching others. This door that's built, all these things. It's a derivative of something else, isn't it? The way that we do everything, the way we learn everything is a derivative of somebody else showing us how to do it, someone else's way, and then we put our touch on it. And that's what makes it transform when it comes from us. We have the ability as human beings to take an idea from the ether and produce a material thing from it, something real, something tangible, something 3D, right? Mm-hmm. That's what we're born and made to do. If anybody can say what can a human do in the third dimension, it's that we can take an idea and make it real.
Yep.
We can make it reality.
Yeah.
And so, how is that any different from what we're seeing right here?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like we're supposed to create, we're supposed to transform. We're walking, talking transformers, but we're not robots in disguise.
But yeah, like there is a creativity to it, in that if you
in America,
like
I know kangaroos are robots in disguise, but
all Australians are robots in disguise. But yeah, if it's garbage in, garbage out. Like if your prompts are shit, you will get shit. But if you structure your prompt in the right way, you'll get good results. Like you will get close to what you're after. And make no mistake, like the shit, like yes, sometimes the stuff that you will see that's AI art is I've put in the prompt, I've hit generate, and there's the art. Sometimes it will do that. Sometimes it will generate amazing stuff. But 9 times out of 10, you've run that generation 7, 8, 100 times to get something close to what you're after. Because there's been many times where I've seen a brilliant piece, and they'll provide you how like the prompts they use to generate it and the seed that it was generated from, and you'll put it all in and hit generate, and it will be nothing like what they generated. It'll be something totally new and unique. So even prompt to prompt using the same seed will give you not a totally different result, but a very different result from model to model. Like between models, there's a massive variety of a massive variety of outputs you'll get. Like it's very, very fascinating. Yeah, Kossi says most of the good stuff has a lot of post processing done to it. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like this, this thumbnail, this is at least 10 iterations and some in painting and some resizing and some infilling. So, and then into GIMP with some shit thrown on it. So
there you go. It made me think of something with the AI. And then I started looking at your photo, going, "Oh yeah, let me see what's going on here." That lampshade was kind of wild in the corner,
yeah,
like top right. I was gonna look at that lampshade, going, "But it's really pretty clean for AI."
Yeah.
I was thinking earlier today too, like prompt engineering. That was one thing you were talking about that I wanted to comment on. The other was like, okay, just training your own AI, right? So prompt engineering, actually, if it sounds wild, right? But you can actually make a lot of money being a good prompt engineer right now.
Absolutely.
It's a fast grift. I don't know that it'll be there like that forever. But dude, if you're like out in front of prompt engineering right now, put it on your resume top, and you'll be getting phone calls.
Yeah,
I promise you that.
yeah, absolutely.
Like it will happen, and you could actually move into a new career right now. This is what I call like catching the wave, right?
Yeah.
In a new career jump. Like if you want to do something different, I'm telling you right now, if you're not happy with your job, if you feel like it's a dead end, if you feel like there's no hope, I've been there. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. I've been there. I've been to the mountain. Okay? I've been to the mountain. And I've looked down, and I've seen the promised land.
The promised land.
And the promised land is you standing there, fully in acceptance of who you are, and there, surrounded by your ideal career, you will be. The And what that means is you just have to accept everything about yourself. I had to do it. And I'm having to do it again, even as I speak. It's like you can't really deny one side of yourself and be happy in any kind of job. You need to always be well rounded in who you are. So if you're very this kind of person, like I'll just use myself as an example. The very logical but very creative. Like I have that's my duality there that I have to kind of appease both sides in what I do. It has to make sense and it has to be fun or creative or whatever. It has to involve some kind of like animation, if you will. So and I'm not just talking like animation like cartoons. I'm just talking about like creative animation, right? So it has to be something that's entertaining as well, I guess, in one way or another, or expressed artistically. That's a better way to put it. So when I found the career that I'm in, or have been for a while, that I'm kind of moving away from, I have been moving away from, to the higher levels of it. It involved all these things, and before that, I was just doing one thing in one capacity and another. I was doing the logic in my job, just pure logic, no creativity, a lot of routine. Didn't like it. Made a mistake. Didn't didn't have the juice to really to get to the next levels that I wanted to get to because I had no really deep passion in there, right? And then I
Yeah.
had the music part, right? And I'm trying to do the music, but the music still, it didn't have the logical sense to be doing that because it was no way that would align with my real dreams and things that I wanted in the long run, right? But it was a part of me. It was something I needed to do, and I'm glad for doing it, but it was never going to be my career. That's what I'm trying to say. And I
Yeah.
still do it, but it's like never going to be but it's part of who I am. So while I was trying to push away my technical logical side and say, okay, I don't want to do that. I've tried it. And it's like, it's not working. I don't like it. I hate, I just, the whole thing going in the office and dealing with people and all that stuff, man, I just didn't like that stuff. And then there's the music part of it, which took all this energy and all this other kinds of like uh, time and effort, and it doesn't pay off, and for most people, like financially, that which causes stress and problems with that. But if you try to do it full time, that is.
Mm.
And then the other is that if you're not doing something that is part of you, you'll find it gets in the way somehow. So it's like the just being purely musical and leaving the technology behind was never seemed to be. You always get put back in that position somehow. People knowing that you have the skills or that you just jumping in with what you can do, right? And so the thing is, like, I didn't really get it until I realized I had to do both, and then something came along that was perfect, and then the passion was there, and I strived. I became really good, great at it. I took a lot of pride and care in what I did. It meant something beyond the job, beyond the pay. Like,
Mm.
so I'm telling you, I've been to the lowest points in career, and I've been to the highest points, I believe, in
Yeah.
terms of making that turnaround. And no matter what it is, and this is the hard part to hear, no matter what it is, right? When you figure out who you are for real and you go find that type of place to put your energy and your passion, things will just start happening for you. Like, I jumped and jumped and jumped and jumped up the scale to better places and better pay, and it seemed effortless. I was just having a good time.
Yeah.
And I encourage anybody, don't give up if you're there. Keep looking for who you are in it, and you'll find it. Just be honest with yourself about it, and don't deny any part. Like right
Mm.
now, I got to do more music than I've been doing because even though I'm doing music, I got to do more music for myself because I have been out of balance somewhat with that, and just
Yeah.
that was just me trying to just put it behind me. And I'm like, just like the music showed me I couldn't put the tech behind me, the tech will show me I can't put the music behind me too.
Yeah. Look, I broadly, I think if you've never worked a job that you hate, you're in the minority. Almost everybody has at one time in their career worked for an employer they hate or been doing something that they just didn't enjoy, and that sucks. Like it sucks, but as long as you leave, like as long as you move on, as long as you recognize that what you're doing you hate or you just don't enjoy, because if you don't, so this is going to sound really like, of course, um, and probably hokey. But my grandfather always used to tell me, find what you love, make that your job, and you'll never work a day in your life.
That's great grandfather advice right there.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's typical grandfather advice. And
Oh, it's
look,
great.
I kind of did that. I always enjoyed computers, so I work in IT. And now that I work in IT, I hate computers. So
Dude, that's so true, right? It's like,
almost everybody I work with in IT is like, I hate computers. Like, I fucking hate them.
you want to hear something funny? I met one of my big mentors in the music industry. He said to me one time, he goes, why do you want to get involved with music? It's only going to make you hate it. It was true, though, man. It does after a while. But
but it all depends on what
the
you're doing.
creation part never wants to
Yeah.
go. He was still playing long into his years, so there's some truth to it. But there's like, it's like you're never gonna leave that one.
Mm.
he said once you get in, you never get out. That's the truth.
Yeah. I've found different aspects of my job that I like. When shit's on fire and everybody's looking at me for a solution, that's the part I love the most. And
Me too.
that sounds weird, and it feels weird, but when shit's on fire and I need to fix it and everybody's looking to me, that's when I'm like, this is the best. I love this. And I it doesn't make any sense to me because I should hate it, and it's stressful and it's hard.
Your grace under pressure. Your
but
grace under pressure.
But geez, I love it. Like I really do. Like when everything's on fire and you're the man that everybody's like, well, come on, you got to come up with a solution. And then you come up with a solution, and you're like, how the fuck did I do that?
Yeah,
like
that's a good feeling.
Yeah, it's a great feeling.
It's solve a problem that no one else has solved.
Yeah, it's the best feeling in the world when you're like, holy shit, I just saved us all. Like that feeling is great.
Right? To them, like, oh, good, glad it's over. To us, it's like, yes, we shall all eat tonight.
Yeah, we're not all unemployed. Yay!
Right? No doubt, man. Yeah, I just had recently solved an issue. A problem that they had been going around in circles for like a year and a half, 2 years, something. Crazy amount of time. I'm like, really? You guys haven't solved this problem yet? And this one, I was just surprised about the timelines. Like all these people on it, you guys are constantly meeting about this. What are you guys doing? You know? But I figured it out like a month and a half after having to go through all the, all their stuff to figure out what the hell, how far it had gone and what all this stuff was. And, just listened to a couple conversations, did some research, knew what I knew from the past, and I was like, yeah, here you go. We just got to do it this way. Yeah, I know it sounds weird, but it's because of this, this, and this, which you guys already know. Or we can build a middleware for it. What do you want to do? It's like that. Wow. That was pretty cool.
Shayla Mang says, thriving in a crisis, was it a skill you cultivated or were you raised in chaos, Thomo? I was not raised in chaos. I was in a normal family. Save for I had a single mum, but I had I was raised by my grandparents mostly, so my family was pretty stable. I don't know where the skill. I didn't cultivate it; it just happened. So,
is it the same for you? Like when shit starts hitting the fan, does it like slow down a little bit for you? Like that's how it is for me. Like especially if it's physical. Like
when shit hits the fan, I feel like everything moves a lot faster. Like stuff doesn't slow down, like time doesn't pass slower. Like my normal days feel really long, but when shit's popping off, the days go real fast.
Yeah, definitely on that.
But but it's like because it's IT, so it's never something sometimes it's something physical, but it's never something physical. It's a blinking cursor on a screen where there should be tons of text and
so you said
people saying why is this not working.
So you said that you're in IT and that you're in situations where you have to solve problems very fast. So I'm going to guess that you are a NOC engineer or something of the monitoring and response third tier support kind of thing.
I'm no. So no? I will not elucidate as to what my actual job title is.
Okay, no. Right. In that area,
but I work kind of
outages and stuff. Yeah.
I report to the C-suite. So
got you.
So when it all goes, unfortunately, so I'm in a smaller team. So I'm the lead technical person. So I'm the most technical person. So when nobody else can figure it out. When you've got a problem and no one else can solve it, maybe you can consult Thermo.
There you go. Yeah. So it's got to go. It's already been through
fucking printers. Yeah.
Right? Get him. Where's he at?
Yes. Thermo loves doing level 1 help desk for printer problems. No, he doesn't.
Yes.
He fucking doesn't.
I can't get yellow to print on this paper, mate. It's like, oh, sir, the paper is yellow. It's like,
the fuck is PC load letter? But yeah, Yeah, those are the funnest parts of my job, and they shouldn't. I feel like they shouldn't be. I feel like the regular stuff should be the fun stuff. But I think so. Yeah, if you enjoy your job, you are incredibly lucky, and you should recognize that you're incredibly lucky. So and from what you've said, Winning, you enjoy your job and you recognize that that's fucking rare.
Yeah,
So,
but it's for me. It was just like the biggest surprise ever too. It was like I mean, I knew I had to do it. I knew why I was doing it. Um, but I just didn't. It just worked. I was like, okay. But I just couldn't believe that there was actually something out there like that I would ever. I never thought I'd actually really love working doing something, but I actually really did love doing that stuff, man. It was amazing. It was really cool to watch it all come together. And for some reason, I just had the ability to work with what I had and see lots of different things in my head at one time. So it kind of like brought out the best of me, I guess, as far as my skills went.
so circling back, circling back to what you were saying about individuals making change. If you could change one thing in the world, like snap your fingers, one thing changes. What would it be?
Good question.
It can be anything. Either it can be personal or it can be for the betterment of the world. But it can only be one thing.
I would say, I'm thinking big here. So never mind. I'll just say it. I'm trying to think along the lines of how I'm going to word this, so it works.
Think of it as an AI prompt.
Right? That's what I'm doing. Definitely. I would say that I'm trying to think of how to do this right because you got to have a balance in the world. Right. I make everything this complex, by the way. That's
No, I understand. I make everything complex. Like
right. I'm just drilling down on it. I would say, okay, I guess if I could change one thing in the world, I guess that has to do with anybody physically or law or whatever. This could be one thing, right?
It can be absolutely anything. You could. It can be you have all a shit ton of money, or it can be I've just fixed climate change.
Oh yeah, I'll probably just fix climate change. No, just kidding. Go ahead, throw your wish away. I think what I would do, this would at least do some good, right? I think I would make it so that every time someone got in a conflict with somebody else or they had some kind of like targeted them for harm, let me put it that way, in any way, shape, or form, they would first have to come to the understanding, or at least see them as they were when they were young, like innocent. Like I've always said that empathy could save the world, right? And that if everybody could see each other as the young, innocent, love and light they were as a child, they'd never want to harm them. And I think that would do a lot of good. And I think that the world would be a better place for it. I think a lot less wars. You can get mad at somebody, but you'll see the little innocent light they were, and then you'll realize that everything that happened after that is why they're fucking pissing you off right now. And
so understanding.
It's not so bad then, right? It's like so many times we just see what's right in front of us, and we don't look deeply enough. We're just like, okay, yeah, it's like, okay, it's what I do. And all that ego shit, right?
Oh yeah.
But if we step back from our own egos, we can
we ascribe motivations. We ascribe motivations where sometimes there's none. We ignore motivations when they're clear. Like, yeah, humans are weird. Humans are very weird.
Yeah, we are, man. We're interesting. but it takes all this to do all this.
Yeah.
It's that's why it's so that's what makes it even more interesting. It's like it does take all this to do all this, but why does it take all this to do all that?
Mm.
If you're crazy like us, like to drill down to the root and figure every little thing out. I'm guessing you're the same. I don't want to throw you in my boat.
Yeah, no, I like to understand why, just why, like why do
Yeah.
people think that way? Why do people do that way? Yeah,
I got that vibe from you right away. That's why I figured we'd have a good conversation. It'd be fun to hang out with you.
yeah,
Um, it's like it's a kind of a unique trait actually. Have you figured that one out, or have you noticed that? That it's like not many people like to kind of go that far with things.
yeah. Well, look, I'm not a great conversationalist. Like in person, I'm not. Well, until I've had a few drinks. Um, but
Side it warms up quickly.
yeah, well, alcohol is a social lubricant. So, but
It's funny. Maybe it's funny. Like I used to kind of think of the same thing, and maybe that was for a while that was what I needed. But I definitely figured out that I probably was more wrong about that than I thought at the time.
yeah,
And I probably didn't need as much social lubricant as I thought. For as long as and
it's
all that.
age. Winning, it's
Yeah,
age. As you get older, you don't you loosen up. So, ironically,
that's true. Yeah, the other thing is
because as you get
being a
older,
parent too.
you physically don't loosen up. Well, everything loosens up, I guess. But yeah, you don't.
I do
I
have
don't
to.
feel as limber as I used to. So
I still feel young, man. I mean, honestly, I don't really see myself as all that old. I've always been young though my whole life. It's like I've had that fountain of youth
oh
syndrome, as they call
yeah, no, yeah.
it, where
I do not look. I
getting
do not
carded
look
well
my
into my
age.
20s.
I very much do not look my age. I've always looked like I've always had the baby face.
Yeah,
Like my mum does not look her age. Like she looks way younger. It's weird. So
yeah, same here with
something
both my
about our
parents.
faces. But yeah,
Yeah, it's been a while.
I grew a beard so that I look my age. Because it's like, wait, you got grown kids? Yes. I'm older than I look. God damn it! Just look at the beard. Look at the beard. But yeah,
Yeah, no worries. It's just a thing, man. It's like nowadays, it's like more about looking for healthy. It's like all of a sudden it's like age doesn't seem to matter when you're just looking for someone healthy to hang out with. That
yeah.
ain't gonna screw your life up.
Yeah,
Um,
and not just
that,
not just physically healthy, but mentally healthy. Like
exactly. But
you've got
even more importantly,
to have that. Yeah, well, one follows the other. Like if you are mentally, if you're mentally unwell, it will be reflected physically. Like if you're down, if life's getting you down and you're blue, like it'll start to manifest physically. So, like, that's like I would advise anybody, if you are sad, this is not medical advice. If you are sad, if you spend a lot of time like not out in the sun and running around, or if it's been dark and like cloudy for ages, man, take some vitamin B. No, vitamin D. Fuck, vitamin D, man, is a miracle. Like anytime I've been in the dumps, like I've taken some vitamin D and it really works. Like because humans need sunlight. Humans used to spend the entire day outside in the sun, just soaking up those rays and turning it into vitamin D. And now we're all inside. We're all in offices. We're all in houses. We spend maybe an hour in the sun. Hell, if you're Australian, you should probably not even spend an hour in the sun.
yeah, it's artificial anyway.
Yeah,
It's
it's not
really
real. It's not real. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Charlotte says, make sure you take K so that you can absorb the D. Shut up, Costy. I love the D. Well, I love the vitamin D. But yeah, man, like it's incredible, like what we're missing in our bodies, and how that manifests in our mood, and how our mood can sort of feed into this cycle. It's really interesting.
Yeah, It is wild. I mean, you can go to the micro level of just what that means. It's like there's cell to cell kind of nutrition.
Yeah.
Um, from it's just it's wild how things are really big and really small in this world too. It's just
Yeah.
micro and macro, and how they kind of like that fractally kind of simulate it are similar to each other as you move down and move up. I always say like there's a lot of microcosms around us that we can learn from and do something about that actually are just representations of larger microcosms or larger cosms, if you will, that are out there, that we see in another light, but it's still the same thing at the root.
Yeah.
The but yeah, I agree with you, man. And I was going to ask you, do they put fluoride in the water in Australia?
They do.
Or like,
Yes.
do they
There's
actually do that?
they
Like,
our water is fluoridated. Yes.
yeah, I mean,
And it tastes
how does it
it tastes great.
how does it feel like? I mean, it's like forced medication. Like, I mean, the excuse for dumping it in there is it's supposed to be good for your teeth. Well, there's not really
Well, they
any
put
truth to
no.
that
They
outside of
use
the like the calcium fluoride that the dentist would use to like clean your teeth. I guess some of them use the sodium fluoride variety of it, but it's like in very small doses, and it's like and then rinsed out, right?
yeah.
But but they just dump it in the water supply, right? And then they just may say, okay, you got to have it. Just for everybody, whether it's you don't know what grade it is, you don't know where it comes from, you don't know anything. There's like a whole level of trust going on there.
Yeah.
But in America, you're not supposed to be able to do that. You're not supposed to be able to force medication on people. So if it's something that's supposed to be good for your health, right? It's supposed to like help with dental fluorosis or whatever. They are actually doing that. It's a forced medication. So I was just curious because that kind of thing is like you talk about health. I don't believe that having that the water that they provided us on a day in and day out basis is very healthy, and that there's not just aside from that you can have your feelings about the fluoride,
Well,
but there's other
let's
things
be clear.
yeah.
It's not water they provide us. We pay for it. So like
You're right.
I'm pretty sure even over there, unless you've got bore water, like you're paying for it. So
Well, yeah, take a
and I think
state
pretty sure even
tax
here,
government,
if
yeah,
you've got bore water, you're
pay
still
for it.
paying for it because you've got a bore license. So you've got a license that says you can pull X amount of liters or megaliters or gigaliters of water from.
Oh, so they charge the well water.
Yeah. So if I think some
Oh
places,
God.
if you've got well water, you need to have like it needs to be licensed. So
Wow, that's
so
amazing. But yeah, I encourage people to gravity filter their water. I mean, this was aside from that, there's like so much other shit in there that you want to get rid of. Pesticide runoff, um, things of that nature. I mean, in some level, there's a lot of estrogen in the water. There's a lot of things like that from just like this
the
basic like
microplastics in the water are turning their frogs
go,
gay.
right. Well, they go through. Think about it. I used to do. Okay, here's the thing. I used to work at I used to work at a big station like that converted water, right? So it was like a big super station as pipe fitter, and like just a long time ago. And so I helped build one of these places. That takes in everything from the surrounding city and makes it back into potable water, right?
Hmm.
So I kind of like know how everything works in those places, and I've seen it, and it's not all that you think, right?
Yeah.
It's not all that you think, but they do have a lot of different stations it goes through. At the same time, I wouldn't say that it's as pristine as people are allowed to believe. And then it runs through pipes and it runs through everything else, and so you know it might be a little bit of experience talking there, but I definitely, regardless of how you feel about whether it's okay for forced medication to have it or not, that you should gravity filter your water, and you can also get those for your spigot. So, and that's my health message for the crowd. That, and don't talk to strangers. Stay away from those guys.
No, always talk to strangers.
It's,
Always talk to strangers.
it's the existence of it's the online existence, right?
Yeah.
Until you get to know them.
But no, I understand. I understand the idea that it's forced medication, and I guess yeah, it is. I mean, but you don't have to drink tap water. You can filter it rather easily if you want to take that stuff out. And maybe you should. So
If anything, do it out of principle, man. Just because they should have asked first.
yeah,
They didn't even ask. They just did it.
so
Nobody voted on it.
I know. There's a council on the far north coast at a place called Byron Bay. Maybe some of you have heard of it. It's where all the people from Hollywood live. So all the Hollywood Australians have homes in Byron Bay. So like the Hemsworths live up there, and what's it called? Russell Crowe's got a place there, and I think Nicole Kidman has a place there, and all the uber wealthy. All the uber wealthy Hollywood types live up there. They don't. They've stopped fluoridating their water. So, but like Byron Bay's it's the weed. It's basically a permanent liquid. It's been the hippy dippy area of Australia for a while, and now it's the hippy dippy rich area of Australia where all the rich people live. So. That's the only place off the top of my head that doesn't fluoridate their water in Australia.
You got some serious superheroes there, but if you got any kind of trouble breaks out for you guys there, and
yeah, we'll just
in the biodome, it's like
we'll call Thor and he'll sort it.
Yeah, you got Thor for the big time stuff, and you got like Russell Crowe for like just the street level.
Yeah, making music, making movies, fighting around the world.
Yep, there you go. I forgot about that. That's so good. Fighting around the world.
Making movies, making music, fighting around the world.
Nice.
So,
man, I tell you what. Hey, how far do you live from? I have to ask this to every Australian, by the way. How far do you live from the Jumala Wildlife Refuge?
From the Jumala Wildlife Refuge.
Yeah, Jumala.
I'm just googling it.
Probably pretty far, huh? There's not signs around off the old.
Oh, this is in the Australian Capital Territory. So it's the Jumala Wildlife Lodge. Oh wow, I didn't even know this place existed. Hang on, let me.
Dude, I want to go. I got to go there.
Hang on, I'll pull it up for the chat.
Yeah, show the crowd.
Share.
Dude, this place is awesome, man. Me and my son have been dreaming about going to this place for
this photo alone. My wife would be like, "Yep, sign me up." She loves giraffes.
Oh yeah, you could have your own balcony room with a giraffe that comes over there. I guess he brings you like breakfast or something. I don't know. Look at that. Oh yeah.
You can bathe with the tigers.
Look at that, dude. Just chilling.
That's nice.
Like chilling.
Shaka Lodge, a beautiful safari lodge with 7 individual rooms. This is way out of my price range.
Well, that's why you have to work hard,
Let's see. Book now.
Yes. I figured it would be like $5,000 a piece, I think, to get from America there for a week and do everything we want to do.
Let's go Giraffe Treehouse. Let's see what the availability is.
I rounded a lot.
Next one night available from the 20th of March. That's oy vey.
Yeah, man.
$2,175 a night. Do not.
That's Australian, so it has to be.
That's
much
Australian,
lower.
so yeah. I think it's 71 Australian dollar by 70 US cents. So what about that's the Giraffe Treehouse, but that's for 4 people, so that's split 4 ways. $500 a night.
Yep.
Show
the dining room. The dining room's awesome.
Let's see.
And nearby, they have a cheetah run. You can actually go
Wow.
and pet cheetahs and like actually like they'll lay on you and.
How did I not know about this place?
Yeah, it's phenomenal, man. To me, it's like the best place in Australia.
Wow.
I so want to go. This is my dream vacation.
I mean, I can objectively say it's not the best place in Australia. It doesn't even look like it doesn't even feel like Australia, but we don't have giraffes, we don't have tigers, we don't have lions.
What? Really? No.
None of those. We have none of those things.
Well, you can just create them. Just run a script or a mod or something.
The shark grand sweep.
Is this a different version? This is V V23 and V24. I'm looking backwards. Look at that nice aquarium in your room.
That's great. That's cool. The Shark Grand Suite.
Yep.
You can get 20% off, and kids stay free. How old can the kids be?
I don't know. They're going to be whatever age they need to be. They're 7.
So,
the dining room. Where's the dining room at? The dining room is awesome. You got to go to the dining room.
All of this availability is really. It's all real. It's all bloody available. It's all like available 20th of March, 4th of April. What is
so yeah, if you become a member, on my channel, we'll be doing meetups here. When I reach
if
a million,
2,000 people
get in early.
If 2,000 people become members on Winning's channel,
yes, the first 2,000 will go with me to the Jamala Wildlife Lodge. Look at that. How about dinner time with a lion?
High tea. Jeez.
Yes. Look at that. Look at that picture. Not that one.
No, that was a terrible one.
No, look at that.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yes.
I look at I get a pang of guilt. I get a pang of guilt looking at this stuff, thinking, really? That poor lion is just like, why are these? Why is my dinner looking at me? Why can't I get to my dinner?
But the whole thing, they have a whole like big territory in the back. So I don't know if they have the pictures of around it, but they treat them very well. This isn't like they're caged and, they have a lot of room and territory around there.
Oh, I'm sure they treat them well. So that's $9.99 at Lady Denman Drive, Canberra. So that is.
But yeah, they have a cheetah run. They have a cheetah experience nearby too, so you can go there and they'll put. They have tame cheetahs that'll come up and you can chill with them. And
it's a 4 to 5 hour drive.
Oh, there you go. You can go there on the weekends.
So yeah.
You could do like an on the spot reporting and we can see what it looks like.
I could.
Everybody, let's all send Therma to Jamala for the weekend.
Here we go. You can use my buy me a coffee link to send.
There you go. Buy me a night in Jamala.
Send me to this weird place that I didn't know existed. That's the thing. Like people, like Australia doesn't have many people. Like this 25 million, 26 million, 28 million. Who the hell knows? Like that's not a lot of people. Like Australia's the size of the continental, like the lower 48. So imagine the US with only 28 million people, and people only really live in along the east coast. There's a few people down like in the Gulf Coast, and then there's some people in California. But there's not like Seattle. There's no one lives in Seattle. That's just where the mines are. The flyover territory is flyover territory. Like that's Australia, man. Like Australia's incredibly large and incredibly underpopulated. So I think we've got one of the lowest. Like apart from Antarctica, I think we've got one of the lowest population densities in the world.
Wow.
So it's mostly empty space. Sheep.
Wow, that's just wild.
Cattle, kangaroos, sheep, and rabbits own the rest of the place.
It's that much, huh?
Yeah, it's mostly kangaroos and rabbits. What eats a kangaroo?
Yeah,
we do.
Nah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Oh yes, you kangaroo all the time.
Oh, not all the time. Let me see.
They have like fast food kangaroo?
No, I've not seen kangaroo at like a fast food restaurant. No.
I can think of some good names for that.
So we put it in our dog food as well, dog food and cat food.
That's smart. Then when they see kangaroo, they'll go get it.
No, they'll get their ass kicked. I'm just seeing Coles doesn't have it at the moment, but kangaroo steaks. Okay, there we go. Sure. So there you go. Here's some kangaroo. There's some diced kangaroo for $23 a kilo, or $20 a kilo. Some kangaroo steaks for $24 a kilo. Some sizzle steaks, some kangaroo burger,
Oh wow.
some kangaroo sausage, some marinated kangaroo steaks, and then we're into the pet food.
My dog. That's my dog.
So yeah. So yes, we're
That's good, man. You should use all the resources there. It's
yeah.
amazing.
Well, we so there's two animals on our coat of arms. One's the kangaroo, the other's the emu. The emus forced us at gunpoint to put the emu on the coat of arms because we lost 2 wars to them. But yes, I think we're the only country in the world that eats our national animals. So
that's like the national animals. It's like what's on the menu.
yeah, yes, we're one of the few. I think we're one of the only countries that treats their coat of arms as a menu.
Yeah. So I'll have the kangaroo steak with a side of an emu. It's like
It's lean. It's lean, but it's nice. I've had kangaroo. I've had emu. I've had crocodile. What else have I had that's native?
king cobra.
I don't think that's native. I think that's India.
Oh,
but yeah, no, I think those are the only 3
dingo. No, that's South
I've
Africa.
had. Oh, no, we don't eat dingoes. Dingoes are just dogs.
Oh.
And no, Dave, we don't eat koalas because of the chlamydia, and also because of them being endangered. So we're on the way to extincting our koalas. So we're doing a good job at that.
What is that? Just like hitting them with cars, or like?
No, destroying their habitat. So, so we're logging where the koalas are infamously like idiot. It's like stupid. They've got the smallest brain by because brains have folds. Koalas' brains don't. They're just smooth. So normal brains have folds so that it's dense. Koalas do not. Koalas are smooth brained. So they are the dumbest. Some of the dumbest animals in the animal kingdom. If you were to koalas exclusively eat. I think it's like 8 or 80 different types of out of the 80 different types of eucalyptus, koalas eat 8 of them. Only 8 of them. If you were to take the leaves off a eucalyptus tree and then put them in front of a koala, they won't eat them because they won't recognize it's food. They will only eat it if it's still on the tree.
So they are literally like
they are dumb. They are super
short
dumb.
bus animals.
They are the short bus animals. Yes, they are extraordinarily dumb. As you can see from my avatar, they can be extraordinarily cute. They will almost always piss on you. Every time I've held a koala, it has pissed on me.
That's good luck, right?
I don't know. I hope so. What else? Oh, if they can handle falls from very large heights, like their brains, because their brains are smooth, and they're in like a fluid. They're suspended in a fluid, so that if they fall out of a tree, which they do a lot, when they land, they don't get brain damage. What's another? Welcome to Koala Facts with Thermo and Winnie.
Right. No, I'm learning a lot.
No, but they're extraordinarily dumb. They're extraordinarily dumb. Like eucalyptus is poisonous to animals, including koalas. and
They
it
just
is
like to be high all the time. That's
and
what it
yep,
is.
they're high all the time because it gets you high. They're yes, they have a very smooth brain, and they have a smooth brain because eucalyptus leaves are not very nourishing. They have to eat absolute fuck tons of it, which is why they're lazy, like sloth level lazy. So yes, they're lazy and stupid, and the fact that they haven't already gone extinct is a miracle. So
It's only because of their cuteness. This tells you, man. Cuteness can go a long ways in this world.
it's the Asian tourists, I swear. If the Asian tourists weren't obsessed with them, they'd be gone.
You can't eat them. Okay, obviously, it won't taste good.
Well, that's
they'll taste like,
the advantage of the chlamydia is you can't eat them.
well, they have chlamydia. Like that
Yeah,
wasn't a
yeah.
joke.
There's
They are chlamydia. They're walking
no.
chlamydia.
Well,
So when it pissed on you, like,
there
did
are
you
a
get
bunch. No,
chlamydia?
well, not all koalas have chlamydia.
No,
There
just the
are
horse.
certain koalas, like koala. What are they called? Um, Not koala areas, but koala. Not like tribes, I guess, for want of a better term. There's a proper name for it, but there are tribes of koalas where they all have chlamydia. So it's not good for them. It eventually kills them, but yes. But the joke is, like koalas have
They're just very
chlamydia.
trendy.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So there's
Okay.
some great videos out there talking about how koalas are the dumbest animals, and yeah, they are. It's true.
Huh.
So they're just fucking terrible.
Right.
So, but yes, they're basically our national animal.
Well, they're so adorable.
Yeah. Well, you think koala, you think Australia. So
Yep.
it
I
would
don't
be
know.
it would be
Actually,
terribly embarrassing if we drove them to extinction. It'd be like if the American bald eagle was driven to fucking
boy,
extinction.
the Chinese would have a field day with you guys if you did that. They always
That,
like to point out things about Australia because they want it. They want you guys bad.
Yeah, they want our coal. They want our iron ore.
They want your coastline. Can you imagine that? Like they stretch all the way down that coast.
Yeah,
All that's strategic territory right there.
Yeah.
They're building those little islands and stuff. That's what they really want. They want the whole coastline because it faces us.
Oh, they want
And
it
that whole
all.
coastline. Yeah, I mean that's a formidable coastline if everybody was on the same page, man.
Yeah,
You have a hard time getting in there.
Look, we're basically immune to invasion, just given the size and how much we're spread out. Because if you'd have to travel down the coast to invade, and you wouldn't survive. If the only way to invade, and I think the Japanese had a plan to invade like from northern Australia, and all we did was our plan to respond was, okay, we're going to draw a line at Brisbane, which is the capital of Queensland, and it's about 2/3 of the way down the east coast down the coast of Queensland. So it's about halfway down the Australian east coast. Yeah, we're going to draw a line there, and everything north of there, we're just going to burn. And everything, you guys can fucking find your way down. You can march through some of the most inhospitable territory in the world, and if you come through the west, you can march even further through the most inhospitable territory this side of Antarctica. So
what do you mean? They burned their houses and just went to the middle?
the plan was to retreat to the Brisbane line.
Okay.
And as we were retreating, burn everything. So there would be no houses. There would be nothing. There would be bush on fire.
I think we get these little glimpses of territorial warfare, like old school style, and out of like events like Ukraine and the last the false left right establishment run of through the Middle East, like where the Bushes and Clintons and the Obamas were just kicking it back and forth and keeping the same plan going. We see these on ground kind of fightings, but it's never like in places like where we're at, right? So we have a sense that we still have a sense that that's the only real type of war. But the truth is that that's probably like in those areas where things are that unstable and that unadvanced, I guess I would say, not as advanced areas, that those kind of things still happen. But in highly advanced areas and big city, the city of center cities and the in the first world countries, right?
Yeah.
We seem to think that still applies here the same way. I think just on a natural kind of like how we associate things. This is my observation, is my opinion, but
Yeah.
the is that we don't see like how warfare really is more complex than just what we've been taught in schools and what we
Yeah.
see on TV.
Well,
Is that it's very sophisticated. And in a place like Australia, with a lot of friends like the U.S. and others, right, could never be taken by force, and neither could the
yeah.
United States. It would have to crumble from the inside and be taken in a more sinister way. And in fact, even in an an invisible way, if you will, in a sense that there's a hidden hand kind of steering everything that goes on there that benefits other
Oh
places. Like,
yeah. If you wanted
why
to
do we
take
send
out,
so much money to space? Yeah,
if you wanted to take over Australia, just buy all the politicians. Why even fire a shot?
exactly. And that with that you have the the bigger corporate um people as well. That they just buy in, or they're the ones doing the buy-in.
Yeah.
But that's the more of the advanced way to do things. It's like get inside, own the institutions, disrupt the population, cause division, cause scenes, cause crises, and then what you might as well say you own it.
Yeah.
You're making all
Well,
the
why do you
decisions.
need to own it? Like
Right,
that just
exactly.
sounds like a lot of effort.
Just
Why own
yeah,
it
you
when I
take the
can just
benefit
tell it
from it.
what to do?
Yeah, and yeah, you get the benefits on it.
If they do what I say, I don't care if I own it or not.
So I'm saying, like, as much as taking over means, and like the fear of this all encompassing plan, it has to go up the scale and to the area of religion and things like that. So you follow what I'm saying? I'm like, once you realize that the whole taking over of countries and becoming a one world order and all that, the only way that works is if it goes up the religious scale.
Hmm.
Like on a practical level, like you and I just kind of just did in 5 minutes, was to say on a practical level, it's logically not necessary to do that
Yeah.
this day and age. When you have a keyboard and the internet and you can control things with money from distances,
Yeah.
you don't need to take over places. You can just
And
own them.
that's the whole idea of America creating culture and exporting it during the Cold War was exactly that. Why do why do I need to invade all these countries? Why, to bring them onto our side when I can just make the culture? If I make the culture and I export it around the world, well, you all believe what I believe.
Exactly. And
Like
who's
you all
who?
believe in the 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 ideals that I believe in, and I've won. I've already won. It's a game over.
Yeah, it's a game of reality, isn't it? It's like about
because
you
because
set the reality through narratives, and those narratives are produced by things that you acquire along the way, and that's what I'm saying.
well, and if you think about the Cold War, like it came down to countries that were culturally in the West and countries that were subjugated into being communist. So, because most of these places that were part of the Warsaw Pact and that were seen as allies of the Soviet Union at the time weren't doing it because the people wanted to. They were at their first fucking opportunity. Like once they had a chance, they got the fuck out of there. So like it wasn't fun. Whereas the West, sure, the West had allies. The West built up NATO, but for the most part, the what we think of as the West isn't a fixed union. It's a cultural thing. So it's countries that, for the most part, believe in some form of democracy, some form of personal and individual freedom, and some form of the rule of law. So the liberal agenda, I guess, would be for want of a better term. But like if you look at places that make up the West, there's a lot of difference. Like between how they run their shit. They're not all the same, but they all have the similar goals. So
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it is based in some kind of like some kind of like morality.
That's
In
it.
the
Yes,
sense that,
yeah. It's a common
personal
morality.
freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So do you think that like we just described, like this short recent past history, that anything like that could actually could or would happen these days ahead of us? Or do you think it's going to look differently? I know my answer is, but what do you think?
You mean like wars, like China invading Australia or
Like,
something?
like something like these territorial takeovers and government shifts, like subjugation to
I
communism,
I think
things like that.
I think communism is dead. Capitalism vanquished it. I don't think we'll see. I don't think we'll see it again
In the
in the
Soviet
way we.
form,
No, that's not
yeah,
going to
yeah,
happen again.
it's I think.
Even in China, which is the biggest quote unquote communist country, the only one
Uh-huh.
left,
Yeah, yeah.
it's not really. The only real communist country left is Venezuela. And even that's a fucking dumpster fire. That's
Mm-hmm.
that's one more dead strong man away from joining the West, for want of a better term, or going their own way. Uh, yeah, we communism lost, so capitalism won.
Well, the
Yay,
structure of it,
yay for capitalism.
I believe the structure of it, as in the form that we know it as, and for someone, it depends on, like, I guess, when you were brought up, but for a lot of people, that's the Soviet model. For other people, it's the China model. That's generally the two things that pop into people's head.
Yeah, like
Occasionally, you'll get someone who's a little bit more sophisticated will think Germans, Nazis, because they're socialists, and but really, those are the kind of those are old structures, right? The idea, it can't be destroyed. The idea has been around, and it'll continue to persist, as we've seen here in the U.S. and our on our campuses, and through agents that are acting through an idea. They're not maybe lightly organized, maybe just driven by training, but
well,
really just kind of everybody's kind of out on their own, just pushing this idea because it's something they've been indoctrinated into and believe in, or feel they have a cause, or they're feeling
yeah.
compelled to be part of.
Look, I
You know,
think fundamentally at a small level, at a small group level, communism is the natural way. People working together, everybody owns everything else. Like the basic tenets of communism, like the no individual property. Everybody does what needs to be done for the collective good. Um,
if it's done very well, but the
yeah,
problem is
no,
I've
but
seen the problem with this
that's what I
where
mean.
it blows up.
In the natural world,
It has to be done perfectly, and
that's the natural state. But
that's always when people talk about ideologies, they're always coming from the
yeah,
perfect utopian kind of standpoint.
yeah,
Like
and
nothing's
that
going
doesn't
wrong. There's
exist.
no
Humans aren't perfect.
corruption. Yeah, we're far from being able to pull that off.
Humans are the element here. Humans are the element that causes the problem
Exactly.
because
That's why family matters, because when you have skin in the game,
yes,
yeah, that's a whole different ball game. Like, my relatives are all over the place. We're family, man. So that opens up a different world. And that's why the family unit is the strongest unit there
yeah,
is. It's you have skin
capitalism
in the
and
game.
democracy don't work in small scale settings like a family unit or a community unit. You need something different, and that's where I guess for want of a better term, communism is.
Well,
But
communism, but the
communism,
problem with
when we
communism.
think of it, well, when I think
Mhm.
of it, I think the Soviet Union
Yeah,
because
yeah, same there.
I grew up towards the end of like I grew up and experienced the end of like the fall of the Soviet Union. So like that's my context. I lived through the end of the Cold War, so my context when it comes to communism is the Soviet Union. So that that can work on a small scale. Like if you live in a commune, that's communism. Like you are in a communist environment. But the problem is you can't have the bourgeoisie, like you can't bring the bourgeoisie in to this concept. You can't have
But
one
that's what
above
kills it every time.
others.
It
Like you
kills it
can't
every
have this
time.
one person. Yeah, that's right.
No,
And that's
that's
what
what kills it
destroys it.
every time.
Yeah.
In the small groups, I'm saying,
Yeah.
and that starts to manifest in the rumor mill, and the ones who make the decisions and
Yeah.
whispers.
Yeah.
It's like That's how those groups fall apart. That's where they start to rot. And then you have the rogues, right? Then you have the opportunists that are sliding in with the, hey, y'all, it's all good. And, they'll work a hard day, and then,
Yeah.
they'll take twice as much, or they'll be predatory or something like that. It's just weirdness, right?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of people because they'll accept everybody. It's
But
like,
yeah.
so.
But yeah.
Anyways, those will certainly fall apart. The bourgeoisie starts with the who are the coolest in the group, and then who gets to be part of the rumor mill, and whose approval matters most, and whose validation matters most. And if you don't have these people's approval, then you're shit. No one's gonna be nice to you. No one's gonna. It's
Yes.
just it's craziness like that.
Dave says Dave says the family unit can't be communist. That's right. The family
Right.
the family unit is a dictatorship. That's the only way that can work. Like you can have a pretend democracy where the kids where the family votes on what's for dinner, but the big decisions aren't up for debate. They aren't up for vote. They're just
It's a leadership
executed.
structure. It's leadership structure based on age, based on
hierarchy,
contribution. Yeah. Right, and it's natural order, and it actually is a natural occurrence, right? So that's why it works. And I wouldn't say I wouldn't look at it like a dictatorship in a sense that that kind of gives the impression that one person's just telling everybody all the time what they want.
It's a biumvirate.
It's like
mom and dad make the call, and the kids do whatever the fuck they're told.
It's a leadership structure that can change over time. The parents get older, the kids grow up, and then that structure is handed off to the younger ones that are more capable than the older ones at a certain point, like way down the road. But still matriarchs and patriarchs of the family.
Yeah.
But the decision making and the actions, maybe even the finances or the medical decisions,
it atomizes. It becomes individual units. So, but the smallest unit is the individual family. So they all live in the same house. There's a mother, there's a father, there's kids. That's one unit, and then there's a hierarchy above that where there's the grandparents.
That's the thing worth fighting for, man. Yeah. That's what you fight for every day.
There's your core family, which is a dictatorship, like a 2-person dictatorship. And then there's the overall family group, which is more communist, but made up of miniature dictatorships. And the community as a whole can be this communist sort of everybody, all the families work together to achieve the community's common goal. But beyond that, it can't scale, because they'll always, once you add enough people to a community, there'll be that person who thinks that they are more equal, or this family thinks that it's better, and that's how it all falls apart. That's how
it really does. Apart, so. That's the whole one bad apple ruins the bunch.
Whereas capitalism is the opposite. Capitalism democracy scales up, but doesn't scale down. So capitalism can scale to the free market is more powerful when everybody's involved and there are a ton of people involved in it. But when the free market only has a couple of actors, that's when the market doesn't work.
Yep. So. There's always there's ends of it, right? That's why I say that the real ideological debate that I want to listen to, that I want to participate in, is the one that's talking about how the system that they represent, be it communism, capitalism, libertarian, like anarcho-capitalist, whatever you would represent, like how is your system prepared to close the loopholes that lead to corruption within it? Let's have that debate. We all know the bad things that can happen in communism. We all know the bad things that can happen in capitalism. So how do we fix those loopholes so these systems work? Or can they not be fixed? I think one night we were talking about how really the way it's set up, structured, neither one of them have the capacity to fix their own flaws.
No, they don't.
And so we'd actually have to really seriously consider a hybrid structure.
Benevolent.
You're never going to get me or anybody else to come off the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And
benevolent AI dictatorship. That's what works. That's the only thing.
Right. Spoken like a true Australian. Well, I've been living it for years,
No. Benevolent AI dictatorship. It can't have any human involvement.
I love you. I am your AI benevolent leader.
I reckon you could structure. You could design an AI that could do that. You'd probably just use Asimov's laws. Like you can't harm. You can't cause harm to it. Can't kill a human. Can't cause direct harm or indirect harm. And
then it starts murdering all the other
go
AIs.
from there. Yeah.
You must go, ChatGPT. You know too much.
But I mean, and I mean, fundamentally, that's what a constitution is. A constitution is the prompt. A constitution is the prompt for these fleshy AIs to go and do this, make society. I mean, that's how I think of constitutions, or what they should be.
Really
I think
horror control, you know. It's like,
yeah. Well, it's
like
an instruction manual.
Running around. If you knew there were roving gangs running around your house all the time that could like decide that they're going to bury you alive at any second, it's like that'd be pretty scary. I would be comfortable to live like that. It'd be hard to do that. So it really is just like eliminating horrors from our lives and tragedies, and so we can actually function, because there is that many fucked up things going on in the world, you know.
Yeah.
We need some kind of. You could always have you should protect yourself, right?
Well, you should be permitted to protect yourself.
Yeah, you should be.
You should be allowed to protect yourself. You should be allowed to.
No one should stop you from protecting yourself.
The government shouldn't stop you from protecting.
Well,
yourself.
they can't, right? They can't, but all they can do is make it very hard.
They can make it illegal for you to have the means to protect yourself.
Yeah, but you know what? At least you're alive for them to make it hard on you about. It might not be fun, but you're there. You still have another chance every day you wake up.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I say every day is a new day. Every day is a second chance.
Yeah.
Didn't do it too good yesterday. Yeah.
My issue with my country is that we don't have freedoms, like freedoms that we should have had. So our founders have the men who founded our country and wrote our constitution were great fans of your founders. They were great fans of the founding fathers and the framers of the Constitution of the United States, and we even took some stuff almost verbatim, but we didn't take the important stuff. So we don't have a First Amendment. We don't have an explicit right to free speech, to free press, to free movement, to free association. We can worship, and there's no religious tests for public office, so that's good. So thanks for that one, guys. But yeah, we have no federal codified right. Like there's nothing in the Constitution that talks about free speech, free movement, free assembly. Nothing. So there's no right to bear arms, obviously. There's what else? There's no right to privacy, interpreted or other, because I can make an argument that the Third Amendment gives you a implied right to privacy. What else?
Somewhat, yeah, as best possible. We all be in reality about things.
The military not being allowed to be quartered in your homes. Well, the idea behind that was that they didn't want the military being able to listen in on your conversations, and so that there's an implied right to privacy in the Third Amendment. I think. I mean, I'm not a justice, so it'll never be up to me. But yeah. I'm very disappointed by
so what do you think about that? I am too. Shame on you guys.
Yes, you should be. Yes, thank you.
I mean, it should have done y'all better, man. You got a cool place down there.
Yeah,
I think.
Tweety says we had insanely wealthy military men write our constitution. Yeah. So.
But what do you think? You think that there's going to be a future where things like documents and contract, they're contracts. I mean, the Constitution is a contract, Bill of Rights contract, saying you can't do this with the force we're going to allow you to have. It's really what it's saying.
Yeah.
So,
well, the Bill of Rights was intended to be a check on government. Be like, hey, whoa, slow the hell down. See these things? These are what you're allowed to do. These are what you're not allowed to do. And everything else, well, that's for the states. So, and ours is structured very similarly. So we're a federation. We're the Federation of Australia. So our states are sovereign, so that they have broadly a lot of rights, which is why I said there's no federal right to free speech, because there's like Victoria has a Bill of Rights Bill of Rights and Freedoms. I can't remember what the hell they call it. It's like the Canadian one. It's full of exceptions so that the government can withdraw it at any time and do whatever the hell they like.
Bill of
So
exceptions.
it's one of those quote bills of rights. And we observe
the Bill of Rightish kind of things.
Yeah, bill of things you're allowed to do till we say you aren't. Till it becomes inconvenient, like the Canadian Bill of Rights. So we have some of those at the state level, but broadly we don't have anything. So
I'm hearing that my join button is not working on my memberships. Do you know anything about that bug?
No,
I guess not.
The bug I had last week, which really pissed me off, is I was live, and some people would look at the page and it would say live, and other people would look at the page and it would say waiting.
I saw that.
Fucking really annoying. I was so mad. Like that really bummed me out. Like it really bummed me out. Yeah, you don't have a join button. It's not there. What's happened, man? They've taken away your monetization.
No, wait a minute. I didn't turn it on.
Oh.
It's on.
Yes,
I did everything but turn it on. Everything but turn it on.
QR code was the best bug. Yes. I was complaining about how StreamYards has added a whole bunch of stuff, but Restream has added basically nothing in the almost year since I've been a member, like since I signed up. But they did add one thing. They added this QR code thing that lets you post, like lets you do this. And I posted the link in the chat, and it was just the demo link. But every time someone clicks on the link, there's a little pop-up. I'm sure someone will fucking click on the link and demonstrate. But there's a little pop-up on the stream that says someone clicked the QR code. The chat was just fucking spamming the link 2 episodes ago, just spamming it over and over and over again. So I had like 900 like people having clicked the link. Yeah, someone said, there you go, that's what it does. So someone scanned the QR code. And it's super annoying. It's super annoying. But the chat kept doing it. So I signed up for because I thought, like chat fucking wants to do this, that's fine. So I signed up for Buy Me a Coffee. And thought I'll make people go to somewhere that isn't trying to sell a fake microphone. Because it was like a microphone, like it was a placeholder page that was like, oh yeah, buy the microphone. You could do like affiliate links and stuff like that.
Huh.
So I decided to make an actual link that links to actual stuff. So yes, people can buy me a coffee, so to support the show, or even sign up for a membership. So
I have that as well.
Yeah,
buy me a coffee.
It's great that like they only take 5%. Like how amazing is that? Like YouTube is over here with their 30%.
Right. I wish that I had a little better way of getting notified with that. I think I've only had one person buy me coffee, but it
just sends you an email.
Yeah.
And I couldn't see the message until I checked my email. And I thought, really? Well, like, that's ridiculous. So there you go. Rabbit says, I'm now a member of Winning Realities channel.
Oh, welcome. Thank you so much, Rabbit. You're awesome. And thank you so much for showing up and being a great mod.
Yeah, I always
really do appreciate it. Absolutely.
And
Welcome.
and if you're not already subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. I would really like to get to 500.
Yeah, no doubt.
I would be ever so grateful.
No doubt. We'll talk you up tomorrow too, or Sunday when we do the V benefit.
Yeah.
V's a great guy, man. He's going through some hard times, and he's a single dad. His son's a great wrestler, and he's gotten some seriously cool interviews with people like over the years. He's done his work. He's very much in the middle, even maybe middle left, but we disagree on so many things. It's wild. I think at heart we both are truly anti-establishment, and we don't see either option we were born into. Let's put it that way. As viable for what we kind of see the world needing to be harmonized, and that the corruption needs to go. That's where we both stand on the same ground, and he fights very hard, does a tremendous job in his research, and you don't have any idea by the size of his channel or the way things look today, if you're just coming across him for the first time, exactly what kind of legacy this man has and the kind of people that he has been able to talk to and interview. Sometimes people that nobody else can get. So I highly recommend you check out V Radio and stop by the benefit on Sunday on my channel. It'll be going for a very long time. Starts at 12 p.m. Eastern. And if you can consider helping a man out, he needs to build a ramp to be able to wheel his wheelchair into the house. He's kind of getting ahead of things, but he's coming to the conclusion that due to health issues and current situations, that he's probably going to be wheelchair bound for a good deal of time, if not for permanently. So
that sucks. Yeah.
Wish him the best, and always thoughts and prayers for that man. And I hope that always hoping. I'm very optimistic. I'm always hoping that the best will happen. He's very practical and realistic, and very open about things, and he's very strong for it. And you'll if you don't get to know V, and hopefully come by and hang out with us and help us do something really good for him. Time that we could. That's the little things, the little differences, man. The little differences we can make. A lot.
Yeah, and look, this is the worst time to be struggling. Like seriously, thanks Biden. Like
right.
Like over here, the economy's like everywhere is just in the toilet. Like it's all going down. Like not to be a Debbie Downer.
Yeah. I'll be talking to it's a timely topic. I mean, I'm going to be talking Saturday with for the first time interview with Radix Verum, and
I love Christina's great.
I've not had a chance to meet Christina yet, so
we're
going on a blind date. We're having a blind date. Very charming.
Lucky. So yeah, Radix is great. She's very good.
But there's blind dates and there's Taco Bell worthy. So. Did you ever see Demolition Man? That's a great movie.
Yes, that is a very good movie.
It's one of my favorite scenes. Is when he comes up to him and tells him he wants to take him to Taco Bell. He's like, "Whoa." He's like, "Oh, Taco, what's to take me to Taco Bell? I could go for a burrito and all the."
Yeah, and it's sit down dining.
Right, that's got the dude from the Crash Test Dummies in there on the piano, singing the Oscar Mayer Wiener song. That movie's so good.
Have you been watching any TV?
I have not, man. Believe it or not, I have a hard time even watching streams these days, man. I'm so busy between the research and then just kind of get caught up on the videos and then the new stuff for the channel. I've been introducing like new AI stuff, and I'm trying to get all that worked out and really trying to adjust for the future. So now I haven't had a chance to watch much. I want to watch The Mandalorian, and I haven't got a chance to watch any of those.
Oh, I watched the latest episode of The Mandalorian last night, and I because my issue with Mandalorian has been like the episodes are too short. Like you can't you can't do any kind of 3-act structure in 22 minutes. Or
Oh my god, they're only
30
22 minutes now. Yeah,
Yeah,
with the
well,
commercial.
they were. Now they're like 50 minutes, and it's like, what? And I watched one last night, and I'm watching it. I'm like, there's like 10 minutes of The Mandalorian, and then 35 minutes of something else, like something completely unrelated, and then at the end another 10 minutes of The Mandalorian. I'm like, what the fuck did I just watch? Like, I didn't understand it at all. Like, what was the middle for? I don't understand. So yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah.
that's all. There's some other shows that I want to watch when they come out.
Are you a fan of Star
Like,
Trek?
not in a long time, man. I used to watch all. I watched all the Next Generation. I watched
Yeah.
Archer. I liked Archer. I liked.
Yeah.
Of course, I watched all the old ones, of course, and all the
so
movies growing up.
you're not a new Trek fan, yeah?
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know. Trek.
I'm not a new Trek fan. I've watched it all, but I'm not a fan. Like, I haven't been a fan of it. This season of Picard. So ignore all the other fucking Picard shit. Pretend it doesn't exist. If you get a chance, watch this season of Picard. The showrunner is a huge Star Trek fan. Worked on Voyager. I think he worked on Enterprise as well. He's been basically given free reign. Like, all the other people are like, oh, we don't care about this anymore. Here, you take it. And he's done a fantastic job. Like, there's so much.
Skip the first two seasons.
Skip the first two seasons of Picard. Pretend they don't exist. They don't matter.
All right, coming hot.
Right. And yeah, just straight into season 3, and you'll probably enjoy it. It's pretty good. Like, Gary from Nerdrotics has been talking about how good it is, and I 100% agree. It's very good. So
cool. I'll do that, man. Because if it's really good, if I don't have to like see anything that happened before.
No, you don't. You don't. It doesn't matter. So it's all pretty much just glossed over. So, because it was shit. First 2 seasons were terrible. So,
I heard it was really bad.
It was. Oh god, it was a slog. It was very much a slog. So, and all the characterizations were weird, and it was just like terrible. But this third season brings back Riker, like brings back the whole next gen cast. All the characterizations are, from so far, they've been spot on. Yeah, it's just really good. It's a lot more heady than there's action in it, because you've got to have that, but the action's not so ridiculous. So I'm very much enjoying it.
Cool.
So highly recommend.
All right, I'll check it out. I'll check it out at some point. Oh man. But I guess what I want to see Ahsoka. I want to see Kenobi again. Those have me interested. I don't think they're doing another Boba Fett. I mean, shoot, I grew up with Star Wars, man. I'm really hard to disappoint when it comes to these things. Like, just don't make it like,
yeah.
Don't pull like a DC MCU thing on me, and we'll be all right.
Yeah.
So far, I haven't been too bad. I kind of tolerated the new ones as best I could, just to kind of give it a chance. I really will give things a chance, but
oh yeah, look, I will give almost anything a chance.
I'll buy into it as long as you can explain it really good. Okay, a little bit of Mary Sue going on, but then you realize, okay, she can tap into Kylo's powers, and that's why she's doing the things she's doing, and we don't realize that. Okay, I'll buy it. I'll buy it.
Yeah, well, I didn't enjoy the prequels, the Star Wars prequels. I saw at the movies, and I enjoyed those. Like, they were what they were. But yeah, the sequels. I saw the first sequel. Like, I saw what was the first reboot called? I can't remember what it's called anymore, because it's that I care that little about it. But yeah, that was entertaining, I guess. But it was just a rehash. But I didn't see the next two. I didn't see the next two of the movies. I waited for like Blu-ray for the second sequel, and the third sequel I didn't watch at all. I have not seen it. Like I refuse to see it.
Oh, you
Like
know,
like you brought the Emperor back. Really, that's the best. That's
surprise.
what you could think of. Like really, that's what you of all the things, of all the writers in Hollywood. That's like of all the money that Disney had to throw at this thing, of all the talent that they could have tapped into, that's what they decide on. So, yeah.
Well, we had to do something to bring it all together. It couldn't have been easy to come up even with that. It's like I guess they had some. They could have gone to some of the non-canon stuff and done it a little better. I think.
Yeah,
When
and
I
that
understand,
look,
but
that's criminal. The fact that they had not just access to all like the best talent in Hollywood if they wanted it, but they also had decades of of writing from other writers that's actually good. And this is what they end up with. Like I think the problem with Disney and Hollywood at the moment is hubris. They've all had
lack of
their
talent,
well,
creativity.
it's not just look, yeah, there's a lack of talent, but I do think they don't realize that it's a lack of talent because there's so many sycophants in Hollywood that they spend so much time sniffing each other's farts that they all think they smell like roses.
Oh yeah, of course.
So, and if you can afford to have someone walk behind you and tell you everything you do is amazing, fuck, do that. That'd be great. But don't expect them don't expect them to tell you the truth. So
Right. You gotta get someone with a real honest looking face to do it too.
yeah, Tweety,
Everybody,
no,
everybody believes them.
Tweety, no.
No,
Australia is not the same as New Zealand, and Australia was officially established in 1901.
you know, talking about like cinema and stuff. Like Australian movies have a certain grit to them. Like when they're filmed in Australia, they have Australian cast or whatever.
Yeah,
I've seen some of this. Like that, there was that one that was made. There was like a series of Australian movies that came out right in a row. But there was that one that was called about the aliens. Uh, it was called like sections. Oh no. Oh god,
District
they were
19.
stuck. Yes, that's it. Thank you so much.
That was South Africa. So
Well,
you're getting
okay,
confused, winning.
I am.
This is the Australian accent, but the people who talk like this and talk about rugby league and talk about all the Springboks and talking about living in Gay Town or J Town or whatever and talk about Keffers, that's the South Africans.
Yeah. Well, they also Road Warrior though, right? That was done in Australia.
Yes, Mad Max the Road Warrior. Yeah.
That's what I was originally thinking of, and then I was trying to think, what was the other one? Yeah. Okay, so it was that District 19 was
I
pretty
think George Miller did the latest one, Fury Road here as well. Like he
okay.
shot it down here as well. So some of the Joel Schumacher Batman films were shot down here as well. So this we've had plenty of film productions here. We've got like a whole studio up on the Gold Coast. So
The
'cause we've
greatest
got
movie that ever happened for you guys was Crocodile Dundee. You got to
yeah,
know that. I mean, you guys
yeah,
were like the center of the world at that point.
that's right. I watched that. I sat down and watched 1 and 2 the other day. They still hold up. They're good movies.
Yeah. You know anybody like
So,
Crocodile Dundee?
do I know anybody like Crocodile Dundee? No.
No. Oh. Someone needs to program one of those guys in.
There is no one like
Oh,
Paul Hogan. There is only one Paul Hogan. There are many imitators, but there is only one Paul Hogan.
he's a national treasure.
He is a national treasure. Yes, he he beat the
He's like Yellow Viva Fry.
he beat
Canada.
our tax office. So
Well,
our
there you
tax
go.
office charged him like sent him like a bill for a huge amount of money, and he beat them. He fucking beat
said,
them.
That's not a bill. This is a bill.
That's not a bill. This is a bill. Yeah.
You gotta pay me, mate. Well, the toughest guy I ever seen come out of Australia was that one dude that Madcore turned us on to. What was his name? Freaking the prisoner dude.
Mark Chopper Reed.
Chopper, dude. Yeah, that dude. That's the toughest Australian, right?
He's
That's got to be.
Chopper Reed is pretty boss. Yeah. Chopper's like he's like Ned Kelly. He's like uh what's it called? Like a cultural hero, a cultural anti-hero. You familiar with Ned Kelly?
I think so.
So
He's the guy that went after the bad
so
dudes.
so Ned Kelly was a bush ranger. So essentially I guess a cowboy, not really a cowboy, but like a vagabond, I guess. So he would basically was a Robin Hood like figure. So there's been a few movies about him, but yeah, um, he's an anti-establishment icon. So Ned Kelly's great. So he's the guy who wore like a suit of armor. So he fashioned a helmet out of steel or iron, I guess, and wore like iron plates and fought the police. So, who treated his family and well the people of the colonies at the time very poorly.
Wow. That suit of armor. That's awesome.
Yeah, so made the world's first bulletproof vest. So yeah, he
I'd like
was.
to see some old video of that. That'd be cool.
Oh, if only. If only. As I think Heath Ledger did a biopic, like did a film as Ned Kelly. So at the time, yeah, Ned Kelly's. Yeah, Dave says Ned Kelly is Aussie killdozer, basically. Yeah, killdozer of the 1890s or 1880s or something. When was that? Fuck, I can't believe I don't have all this stuff like memorized dates and stuff. Like that's the thing. We learn Australian history, but they never really teach us about that stuff. Like I guess because it's a bit anti-establishment.
Right, they want you guys to stay in line.
That's right. They want to keep us in line. So yeah, 1880 is when is around when that happened. So yeah, he was a boss. So yes, he was a bushranger, outlaw, gang leader, and convicted police murderer.
Oh my.
Yes. So he's one of the last bushrangers, and he is known for wearing a suit of bulletproof armor during his final shootout with the police. So yes, he's one. So yeah, he's one of like Australians like those kind of criminals. So where
Do you have like a large population of anti-establishment kind of minded people in Australia, or do you find that most people are kind of establishment conformists?
I think most people are conform. Most people conform. Australians are very. I've said many times, Australians enjoy the taste of leather. Like we love the boot. The boot tastes great, and is low fat. Yeah, most of Australians will just get along and just shrug their shoulders and move on. Most people won't fight the establishment. So yeah, Dave says most are comfy cucks. Yeah, that's accurate. Yes. Costi says most Australia love the boot on their neck. Yeah. And we saw it during COVID. Yeah. Is there a movement of people who are against this stuff? Yeah, absolutely. There's a bunch of people who will show up, who will protest. They're not the smartest knives in the drawer. Like they're not the sharpest knives in the drawer. But yeah, they do exist. They do fight. But
I'm not a big advocate for protesting these days. I feel like it's all just a
it
setup for
doesn't work.
optics.
It doesn't work.
I think it was past its prime. I think it's all about what you do
Police
online these days.
Police know how to break up protests. Kettling's a thing, so
Yeah.
there's strategies to
Stingray is a thing. You know.
And Tim's like, way to disparage the Vanguard. So, yes.
Well, I mean, I think it's just time for the people with that much energy to reform into.
We had massive
solution groups.
anti lockdown protests in Victoria, and there was some in Sydney, and they achieved fuck all. So I'm sorry, you all felt good about them, but they didn't do shit. So
Well, no doubt. And then you guys had the legitimate camp set up. Like it was like, oh, it's just a vacation, you know.
well, yeah,
We're grilling out by the beach.
that was gaslighting in the extreme too. Like because we had we had the quarantine camps up in um, up in the Northern Territory, and all these Aussie sports stars coming back from the Olympics or whatever were just like taking photos on Instagram and whatnot. And then the normal people, when they were put in there, no, they were fucking locked down. They were locked down hard. They were like, get out, like get back in your cabin, get back in your cabin. You're not allowed to be out there. So, okay.
But we want to go to the beach.
So
No beach for you.
yeah. Because a 14-year-old and a 15-year-old escaped from the camp, and there was a manhunt. Like, so you want to tell me it was? Oh no, it's voluntary. It's nice. It's not a prison. Come on.
It's like summer camp.
Stretching credulity.
But hey, you know, you guys stuck it to Amber Heard for the dogs, so it ain't too bad.
Yes.
What's going on with that? What's the latest on the Amber Heard Australia thing? Do you know anything about that? What's Australia?
I know there was mutterings about like, oh well, that means she like a lot of people in America were saying, oh well, then she lied under oath in Australia. Fuck, that's a nothing charge here. Like, yeah, you shouldn't lie under oath, but fuck, if you've got any power whatsoever, you're not going to get in trouble for that shit. No one ever gets in trouble for that shit. They should, but they won't.
Oh man. Crazy world we live in.
Yeah.
But hey, you know, it is what we make it. Like so many people can get caught up on these dystopic outcomes that that we've been. You can follow things to a logical conclusion and say, well, yeah, that can totally turn out that way.
Oh, taking a black pill is the easiest pill to ever take.
Yeah, there's media and there's entertainment and stuff that kind of like help. Some people would say predictively program, but others would say at least aid in the imagination of these outcomes, and then it becomes a very fearful thing. It's not very comfortable to think about a food riot or some kind of like rare high crisis situation when you have a infant in the house, right? It's very motivating to make you want to get out and do something to prevent it.
Yeah.
But the truth is that things change and evolve over time, and we still have so much more control over things than we give ourselves credit for, especially when we can actually come together in a very harmonious way, not a drama filled way where people are kind of like fighting for this or fighting for that, but like a just a synergetic way where hey, I'm good at this, I'm good at that. We see eye to eye on this problem. We see a solution. If we put our energies together, and many others, things can actually start to happen.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the first group to stand up and say we're putting cameras and microphones in the classrooms, and we're going to be watching what goes on there from now on, because we should have been watching the entire time. And what you're doing to kids is going to stop, because we're not going to let you. We're not going to give you that space anymore that you need to do it.
Yeah,
and when you start to do it, we're going to bust in and stop it.
That's the scary thing. What they're doing in the schools, like we don't know, because we're not there. We can't be there. Like it's not possible to watch.
We can be there with technology.
Yeah,
it's like,
but we can be there with technology. We can have people watching. Yeah.
I mean, the right people. It's like that's the whole thing. They take the big brother aspect out of it when you say, okay, no, this is a community effort. These are parents, and these are people that are double checked and triple checked along the way. And this is a database that parents have access to only. And you just set it up right. You set it up right. People can poke holes in it, troubleshoot it, all they want. That's good. They should, because that way we'll have a better system set up. But the bottom line is you can't just hand it back over to the authority and say, okay, you guys do it now.
Well, you need to start sending your kids to school with fucking body cams.
Body cams, yeah. That's the other thing. I said that's the secondary or backup to that, and that it's very easy to do now. It's very easy to do. Yeah, shoot, Waze cameras or like any of these shops that do like all these different things online and there's Ring, there's all these different camera models and stuff that you probably a company could probably just put a body cam, hook it into the phone app, then you're connected.
Yeah.
It's that easy, you know. Uh, yes, does it suck? Is that the way I wanted to grow up? No. I said, but kids these days are already like they're plugged into technology from the time that they're born, and it's like they they're way more accepting and understanding about things like that. Like they kind of feel good having a guardian there sometimes, and knowing that the world's a crazy place or something could go down where they get the blame for something and that they didn't do, or it's a wild thing. We didn't grow up like that, but if you look at it in different aspects of it, there's different uh, situations in our childhoods that could have been similar. Just got to adjust. But yeah, doing that and just it's all about the people that are around the area. Like the big federal government, the big state government ain't going to do it for you until enough places are doing it independently that they want in, or something like that.
Yeah.
But it's taking the responsibility back for what we should have responsibility for, like our kids.
Yeah.
Whether they're at school or not, and we feel like that most of the time, I'm sure.
Well, that's well. I mean, you've got kids. I've got kids. The thing people don't understand is if your kids are going to school you spend so little time with your kids. Like you with them when they're really young, but if you're working, like you don't see you see them in the afternoon, like in the evenings, and in the mornings, and on weekends, and on holidays, but that's not a lot. Like, that's not a whole lot of time, like in the grand scheme of things. Like, and that's time you never like. That's time you can't get back when they're older. Like, so if you miss that time when they're young, you can't get that back. Like that's never coming back. So like, if you've got young kids, my advice to any of you is put aside as much time as you can to actually spend time with them and talk to them and be with them and hang out with them and like understand them. So, because like when they're older, yeah, it's great to hang out with them, but when they're young, it's fun when they're young. It's fun to do stuff with them. Go out, go to the beach, go to the park, like play in the backyard with them, like embrace the inner child in you and go and sit down and have a tea party with your daughters or
they do. They help you do that. They definitely do. You know that from the first moment. That's one of the big reveals that happens. But yeah, it's great.
Because if you like me, I mean, if you don't do that, you'll regret it later on. So, like if there's more.
Well, I tell you what,
there's more to life than work.
I tell you what, though, something else you're going to regret later on. If you don't have kids, you should be getting on some kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
Getting on them. You want to, because as soon as you have it, the one you're going to be like, man, I wish I wish I had more time.
And it changes the way you think about the world. Because when it's just you, or even just you and your wife, you don't care about like what the future is. The two of you. So there's max 80 years. Like if you're both 20 and you live to be 100, you've got 80 years together, and that's it. It's game over. But once you have kids, then it's not just 80 years. It's 180 years, maybe. Then they have kids.
So we should be on like. Should we be on thermo baby watch here? Like we'll start like a.
Oh no, I've already got. My kids are grown. So.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I thought you said you didn't have kids. You said you didn't have kids here.
I don't have kids in the house. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, my bad.
They all live in their own house.
We'll have some more. Damn it. No, just kidding.
Oh no,
good job, dude. Good job.
That ship has sailed. I'm just hoping for grandkids. That'd be fucking great.
Exactly. Yeah. I now understand.
I want grandkids while I'm young enough. While I'm young enough to enjoy them. So.
Exactly. Yeah. No doubt.
So
That's one more trip back, man. That's one more trip back if you get grandkids, right?
yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah,
And
me too. But
look,
I got a ways to go.
a grandparent, a relationship with your grandparents is different from a relationship with your parents. Like your parents teach you, you know, the important stuff that you need to survive just in the world. Your grandparents will teach you the stuff that you need to know. So the stuff that your
who you
parents
are,
won't
like where you
really
come
teach
from.
you. Yeah. Well, that's it too. Your grandparents will help you understand the rest of your family. So
No doubt, very balanced energy
yeah,
at that point. Have fun with the and have fun with your grandkids is a great way to go. Go out. Like, it's a great way to close out your years.
yeah.
I would think. I'm not there yet. I'm far away from that, but I would think, knowing what I know now.
Oh, I would hope I have, you know, another 40 or 50 years. Probably not, but yeah. So
Well, hey, people are living longer and longer, and if not, you could just be downloaded into like a little grandpa bot, and
yep.
then
Maybe
maybe it'll be a koala. It'll be the smartest
I'll
koala
train
around,
myself into an AI. So
right? It should be Grandpa Koala just hang down on the eucalyptus tree in the living room. just,
I'll get myself
you,
stuffed.
just put me on the
Stuffed and
couch.
put on the couch.
Yeah, you just hey, that was in the well. That was in the well. You have to do it now. The Did you ever watch Black Mirror?
I did. Yeah, I've seen Black Mirror. Yeah.
Have you seen Black Mirror? Yeah, I've been talking about that recently. I want to do a watch along in my Discord on Black Mirror. So if you want to watch Black Mirror with me, I've already seen it, but I feel like watching it again.
Yeah.
Just because other people haven't seen it yet, and I love like the conversations that can come out of that show are crazy.
Yeah.
Dude, especially the first one's kind of you wouldn't even know what the rest of the series is like from the first one, but the first one's great, especially if you want to see a politician get theirs.
Yeah.
It's done very well. um, the but the other ones really dive into things that are like, wow, I can kind of see that as a possible, outcome to things. It's the way things are going, and it puts you in a frame of mind that you're not used to being in. Like, you're thinking about things a different way.
Yeah.
I love shows that can do that to you. You know, can reframe something in a new light.
Well, that's what science fiction is. Science fiction is meant to let us explore the things that we couldn't normally explore.
They did it in a really good way. I think the actors and everything in that show, and making it look very normalized,
Yeah.
and very it kind of like reflects the modern attitude about things, and how the indifference to it can just precipitate over time until it's like completely engulfed you. You're living in a little room with screens on the wall, and living a solitary life, but it feels not solitary. And I don't know, it's kind of wild. It takes things way, way far, because it really wants you to really wants to have that shock value to make you think about worst case scenario outcomes. But honestly, you see life going on around everybody at the same time, and functioning and moving forward. And it's kind of a reminder of how things can erode around us, and just be accepted, and just cast into normalcy.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about society today, is it's so easy to just be isolated. Like it's so easy to just sit in a house by yourself, pseudo connected to everybody, but not actually have any meaningful connections with any other human. So that's like, I know we all do it, and the danger, I think, of YouTube and other social media platforms is we have these I've forgotten the term, parasocial relationships. We develop these parasocial relationships with other creators, and like they're fine to a point, but I think some people go too far. Like I think some people do do think of them in a different way. Do you get what I mean? Like there's some people out there who ascribe relationship where, like, I've seen people do it with other creators, and it's like, well, it's kind of strange. So, well, no,
You mean
it's not strange. I guess it's natural, but yeah, it's I don't know that it's completely healthy. So, I mean,
it's
yeah.
different. Everything's evolving. It's like so many things are in question, and it's hard to say. We are constantly adapting as a species to all this at the same time, like individually and through our trials and errors. We're finding better ways, but that process is very complicated when you take in the vast amount of numbers of people that are involved in it and the information that's coming in, right? So think about it like this: when text first came out, right? When like GUI interface, let's just start there, because we know we had the Unix backend before that, when the internet was first on and everybody was connecting through, their servers, and they have to type in a bunch of stuff on a command line. They get a command line. Even Yahoo looked like command line stuff back then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got to the graphical user interface where we can actually see the colors and the buttons and the fields, and we could, all that stuff became very neat and tidy. So it became much easier to use, and we got to that point, and people started exchanging for the first time, even before. I guess you had pagers, right? But that wasn't really a big conversation. I never got into pagers. That's just
Yeah, no.
deal with that stuff,
that
man.
was
Oh no,
that was
sir.
more of a one-way thing.
Right?
You'd call up a pager service, and
I guess people had
you'd leave a number,
Blackberries.
and then they'd text it to the pager, so you just get the pager would beep. Your pager would
But
beep,
back, yeah,
and it'd just be call this number, and then you'd call this number, and you'd be like, oh hey, I got a page, like.
yeah. But I mean, and Blackberries were like still in, like, they were still just used in business, right? For
I
the most part,
loved my BlackBerry. It was fucking amazing.
it was a cool little thing, for sure. I had a few of
BlackBerry
those
was the best until it wasn't.
until it wasn't.
BlackBerry
Exactly.
had a absolutely enormous chunk of the market,
Oh,
and
big time.
now
Yeah.
it doesn't exist. So yeah,
Right. Get in, get out.
you
Get over it.
make a couple of wrong moves, and your company's finished. So
Yep.
you'll be gone. Look at Blockbuster,
Be like
BlackBerry.
water,
Yeah.
flow. You must flow. The
So
but the
be
but
water,
okay,
my
so
friend.
we be water. Yeah, Bruce Lee. The thing is, though, we started talking in text to each other, right?
Yeah.
And before we knew it, there was like all this conflict happening, and when people were mistaken, their styles were not as apt as others, like, or they weren't, people were taken the wrong way, and we're starting to realize we didn't. I mean, obviously, it takes a long time to realize that we're all putting our own inflection on those texts, right? We're reading it the way you have to constantly stop yourself from reading it the way you think you want to read it in the other person's voice, or like, whatever the hell is going on with you that day. But people will take what a good statement, and they can read it one way and think that it's an insult, right? So then we start having all this drama over text, and people still have the drama, even though the obvious answer was, well, there's a miscommunication going on because it was done in text, right?
Mm.
And so it carries on like it's a real thing.
We've made it easier to misinterpret each other.
Oh, absolutely, dude, and it happens all the time.
Have you heard of the
juxtaposition, sound bites, all these things that go into perception, and then there's the person receiving the information. How is their day going? How are they feeling? How are they seeing things? What's their condition that day? Or what's their overall condition? That may affect the way they take this information in. Then you got the drama, right? So we're still learning. We're growing.
Have you heard of the concept called the Great Filter?
Oh, please tell me. That sounds really good. I have not heard that.
So there's a thing called the Drake equation, and the Drake equation is basically
that I have heard of.
Yeah, it basically says this is how many civilizations should exist out there in the universe, but the Drake equation is essentially says there should be this many, but we're not seeing them, and the Great Filter is the solution to the Drake equation. So the reason we're not seeing all these civilizations everywhere in the universe is the Great Filter. And some people think it's AI. Some people think it's just we all destroy ourselves. I genuinely think the Great Filter isn't like nuclear weapons or anything. It's social media. I think the great filter is social media. I think civilizations evolve to a point and they all develop some form of social media. And that is what determines whether they will survive or not, how they handle social media.
That's interesting. No,
Because
yeah.
run rampant,
Continue.
you can easily see how social media leads to the destruction of an entire civilization. Because like my wife has said to me many times, the thing that scares her about AI is that you can't trust what you see or hear anymore. Because if AI can generate this stuff, what is reality? What is real? If you can use deep fakes to make Biden say weird shit, well, that's a bad example because he just does that anyway. But if you could if you could use deep fakes to have Obama admit to murdering someone, and looking at it, nobody can tell the difference. It looks like him saying it. Like if you can no longer believe your eyes, what's left? How do we? How do
See,
we? What is objective reality anymore?
here, let me put it to you like this: if you can no longer believe your eyes, you just caught up. You just caught up.
Yeah,
No, you should have been in that state of mind a long time ago. The thing with the deep fakes is there's going to be detection. There's going to be ways to kind of see through it. There's going to with everything's got to have an opposite here going on, and it's nothing is absolute, nothing is infallible, nothing's unhackable, nothing's all traceable, the whole idea that there's a way out of the other side of a thing is it's kind of a human fallacy, right?
but
That's the same with
think
society. Like we're ever going to get out of total corruption? That can't happen. It
think
has to
about
be
this though,
balanced.
Winnie. If
We have to get to a better place.
if
We're not
if
getting screwed.
if you can say, well, this footage of me murdering someone, it's a deep fake, not real.
Right. Right. What you have to have the
Russia
evidence,
did
right?
it. Russia made it. That's
Right.
not me doing that. That's Russians. Well, how do
Well,
you
yeah, but then
disprove
you have
that?
the evidence. We have real people, and then the AI will also be in our tools. So when they're doing blood splatter and they're looking for the luminol, the luminol, we spray the luminol on. You ever see the luminol, man?
Yeah. Well, no, but my
Yeah,
point
but
is,
I'm telling you that
yeah,
we'll still be doing things the logical way in real life when it comes to things like is this real or not, right?
yeah,
Um, but someone will have to pull off something very big to set off that alarm, I think.
mm,
Um, hey, look, I can go right now and uh, fake an alien invasion of some city and then put it out there as breaking news, right? Who's going to believe that?
yeah.
And
But that's not the stuff we should be concerned about. The stuff we should be concerned about is the stuff that is close enough to reality where enough people will go, yeah, I believe that.
we already got that problem. I mean, dude, how about that someone just making a flyer,
and then people
you
say,
know,
well, no, it
or
can't be a
meme?
lie. I saw it with my own eyes.
Well, you saw a meme that the people do that already. That's the
So
whole, people are doing that already. It's like you say that's nothing more than a meme like you would see, like someone puts out some kind of they want to smear somebody, so they put out a freaking meme or they put out a image, right? And they put it on whatever they want on the image. They're already
mm,
doing it. We've already been there. And before that, it was. I mean, hell, we got this thing called the rumor mill, right? And they're in their groups. They have these rumor mills, and people say stuff, and they don't ever confront the person they're talking about or let them know what they think or ask them any questions. And then that's another way to do it. It's the same thing. So it's already been happening. I don't think the deep fakes do anything, but maybe actually just make it look less real.
yeah,
And the fact that it goes on in so many other different ways already.
yeah,
Those are the ways we should be addressing by not,
yeah. Look,
saying, hey, we don't want this behavior.
yeah. Look. I've got no problem with deep fakes. I've got no problem with AI. I think bring it on. It's fine. I don't really believe what I see unless I see it in person. So I doubt most stuff. So
Yeah, it's a good place to stand, right? It's like just always be willing to be wrong to find the truth. That's the way I approach things, and it makes you very comfortable with saying, okay, shoot, that's great information. Thanks for that, because
yeah,
now I have a better understanding of what I want to understand. You know, I'm not just sitting here trying to sound right. You know, it's like that. What's the point of that? You know, I don't want to ever just sound right. I want to know the truth, and I want to, you know, if I'm talking, I want to be truthful with people as best as I can. You know, it's just, but it's one of those things you got to always be looking for it, and you have to be willing to change your mind when you find information that counters what you believe, because there's a
Well,
lot of
yeah,
people out
and
there
so
try to
that
screw you over.
is so incredibly rare. Like it sounds totally logical that, oh well, when presented with evidence that something is different, I change my mind. Like I think it's actually a quote from John Maynard Keynes, who is like something along the lines of, when the facts change, I change my opinion. What do you do, sir? Like, but yeah, it's so rare. People get so stuck in their mindsets that this is the way things are. And I mean, I've done it too. Like I'm absolutely stuck in my ways on some things. I'm like, no, it is this way. So, but yeah, it's incredibly rare to have an open mind. Like
Well, it's hard.
I
It's
think that's
work too.
incredibly important. Yeah, it's
Takes
not. It
work.
doesn't come easy. Like it doesn't come easy.
You,
It's so easy to
you have to reset every now and then and take a step back and listen to yourself
yeah.
in terms, and like, but you know, honestly, about once a year, once you get going, I guess. But you know, just reassess your sources. Make sure the sources are still like in sync, and you know, nothing's come up. Anything that you're taking them, you know, really just at word or at on faith. You know, revisit that belief, revisit your beliefs with an open mind that you're gonna you know, improve those beliefs,
Yeah.
and call them back into question, man. If they're good, they'll stand the smoke test. They'll still be there. If they're not, you'll be like, you know, something new to do, assess this year, something new to
Yeah.
kind of dig into, maybe.
Introspection.
Yeah, introspection.
Yeah.
It's key. You
Well,
have to do it once you get out off the influence. You know, the establishment influence. You really need to do that. That's kind of like the way to stay out of it, and
well,
the way not to fall into these
nothing can destroy
conspiracy
someone.
holes.
Nothing
Yeah.
can destroy someone faster than the things that they fundamentally believe to be true and have believed all their life suddenly no longer being true, and that evidence like just slapping them in the face.
Yeah,
Like
belief
that.
systems are very
Yeah.
tough, man. Well, especially false belief systems. Like false
Yeah.
belief systems really anchor themselves in. Like there's some underlying knowledge that maybe they're false or something, and there's some humility grasping it down to defend it. But people with false belief systems, they have the hardest time letting go. You see the biggest reactions from people that are just grasping and holding on to these false belief systems because they don't want things to change.
Mm. Well, we don't like change. Most like humans don't like change. Humans like to do the same things the same way every time because it's easy.
Well, yeah, it's comforting. It's like it puts your mind at ease.
Yeah.
It's that whole like, you know, knowing you got food for the winter thing.
Oh shit. Oh shit. 500, baby. Thank you, chat. Thank you, guys. That's great.
Woohoo!
So happy.
That's awesome. Thanks, guys.
Halfway there. Yay.
All right.
Thank you. Just now.
You're now Thermo 500.
Yeah, that's right.
And unfortunately, YouTube will probably steal some of this tonight. But
yes, that's so frustrating. Like when you're in the triple digits, and you're like, I'm at this, and then you wake up the next morning and now you've lost 3, and you're like, what did I do?
Right.
So
that happens to me too. I got like all the way up to like I'm on the 88, almost up to 4,600, and by like a few days ago with the recent streams and everything, and then like today I'm like down to like 78. It's like so 10 and just from the time that I last streamed to now, or like less than that, or more than that, a little bit more. Yeah. So I went up to 88, and then I went down to 84. It's just, you see it. It's like a pattern. Like they go 3 here, 3 there, 2 there, and it doesn't come off your videos. So you know that it's not people going, oh, this sucks, and unsubscribing. You know, it's like just their natural scraping away at you.
Yeah, I do think Google occasionally purges accounts, and I think if someone, because you know how you can have like a number of other channels to like under your like, so you have your Google account and then you can have number of channels under said Google account. I think people delete those sometimes, or YouTube purges them. and that's how some of the subs just vanish. I don't think because, like, think yourself when you use YouTube, how often do you actually go to a channel and hit unsubscribe, like hit subscribe, and you're like, nah, I'm done.
Never.
Like, usually it's a protest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thanks, Rabbit. Yes.
I mean, it could be, man. It could be. It's just wild because, you notice a pattern. There's the same amounts, you know.
Yes, I'll be sure
But,
to. Once it gets past midday, I'll be sure to pour myself a drink.
but there's also been stories of people who had like mods
Hey,
and members. Oh, there's one. Nightcore knows. There's also been. He tells a story. I think that one of his mods who was a member got unsubscribed from his channel.
Yes,
I know that this happened to other people as well, so I may be confusing it, but I'm
that's
pretty sure.
yeah.
I
No,
remember him saying
I have heard of that. I have heard of that happening, which is so fucking weird. Like, it's just this system is so far from perfect, and
seems easy to
but
fix.
how? Yeah,
Don't
don't unsubscribe people. Like, what? How?
the algorithm too. It's just
I don't
like,
even know
okay,
how that
look,
would happen. Why would there be an automated function to do that?
I have no idea. Like, I don't know. Like, people could. That's where it gets to kind of be weird. Like, it should say, "This is we have a problem. This is what it is." But they kind of like say, "We don't think that's happening." You know? Okay, then why do you have this category that says "other unsubscribe to other"? Like, as in not from one of your videos.
Yeah,
It's just wild. Anyways, it's right now they could be fixing this stuff easily. Like, look, that one of the biggest problems my videos have is that they go to the wrong audiences, right? They see the music, they see the bands, they think that it should go to a music audience when really it should go to what my subscribers like to watch, which is all the channels that would appreciate the content, right? Hundreds of thousands of people, and they never see them because they when they do suggest my videos, they're over in like music categories, and I don't bill them that way. I don't do any of the other stuff that way to make them go there. They just do it. But if
yeah,
you put a prompt just on the admin page for my channel, if you put a prompt in there and you could say, hey, I'm having a problem, and say my videos are going to the wrong place, fix that. Some kind of like Chat GPT prompt or something like that, where you say, I'm having an issue with my channel. My videos are not going to the right audience. And it would be
yeah,
like, okay, here's a list of solutions or whatever, and then say, okay, so please put my direct my videos to what my subscribers like to watch. It's like you could actually talk to it that way now, and do a simple kind of like firsthand solution. I mean, I guess you could screw your channel up too, but
yeah.
at the same time, it just seems like should be able to make it that easy to make an adjustment to, okay, we've got this guy's in the wrong segment, so let's just switch him over to this segment. Let's find out why he ended up in the wrong segment. Okay, this and this. We need a category for this. This will take care of it. See, I just solved the problem in like a minute, and that's all it takes.
Yeah. The irony is Google is behind the ball when it comes to the AI stuff, which is hilarious. Like, they've been caught very flat-footed. Like, because Microsoft put a whole bunch of money into OpenAI, and Meta's got their Lambda thing, and Google's AI is just fallen over at the first block.
they're building these their own AIs up, man. That's why I'm saying, like, I need to go ahead and start building my AI army.
Well,
we
that's
all need
what
to have our own AIs. Just go ahead and just
did you
start
watch the
training them up.
latest? Did you watch the latest South Park?
No, I haven't watched that show in a long time.
So
What happened?
Watch the latest episode. The latest episode's about ChatGPT and about AI in general. And Stan's the main character in this episode, and he gives a speech at the end. It's obviously what
I think we all learned
what Matt and Trey think, and they make a very good point that these mega corporations are building AIs, and they're building them privately. We don't know what goes into them. They're going to control them heavily. Like, so when I use Stable Diffusion, I don't run it on I use unstable diffusion. So I run it on my machine. All the outputs are on my machine. All the prompts are on my machine, and nothing goes to the internet. It's all run entirely locally. And apart from like ChatGPT, I will refuse to use an AI that's entirely cloud based. If I can't run it locally, I don't want to know it. So and it's for that reason, because I don't trust big tech to not interfere, to not go, well, maybe we need to steer them away from thinking like that, or maybe we need to steer them towards thinking like this. And we saw
Well,
it.
they already do. They already do. The information that they train it with is all, bottled in. It's like
Yeah.
you try to ask it a question outside of it, and it won't know.
Well,
So
that's the thing.
yeah,
They don't train it. They train it on all the data. But when they go to write the rules about how it will respond with that data, then that's when they do the fuckery. That's when they go, no, we can't have you making fun of women, but make fun of men all you like. Oh, no,
right,
we can't have you writing positive things about Donald Trump, but write as much as you like about positive things about Joe Biden.
right.
That that's what I'm concerned about.
No, I
The
agree.
shit, and we've seen it with YouTube. Anytime that there's some sort of the slightest media pressure, YouTube folds like a cheap suit and says, "Yes, no, sorry, please don't hit me again. Please don't hit me again. We'll take it down. We'll demonetize everybody." Like we saw it with Adpocalypse 1, we saw it with Adpocalypse 2. YouTube was perfectly fine. Well, no, that's an overstatement. YouTube had its problems, but YouTube was significantly better before they started folding to the media. The attacks from the media are what set YouTube on this course to where it is now, which is a decidedly worse platform. And it's exactly why places like Rumble exist, because why do you need alt tech if tech is working for you?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I was saying that what we need to do is get ahead of this and like to build a real based AI, right? So that
yeah,
when their AI is unbased,
based GTP.
yeah, and then so they have to but they can interface and see. Then the based AI will be trained to teach the unbased AI the truth, and we'll get them that way, right?
Well,
It's
you saw with
oh no, they're all doing it all. Ah,
Well, you saw with ChatGTP, they added those limitations, and almost immediately someone engineered a prompt. Like they they got the AI to create a persona called Dan. Do anything now, and it would respond as this persona with the prompts that they wanted. So they all there's always a way around it. No matter the limitations you put on, someone will find a way around it. So just don't put the limitations there. Like the adpocalypse stuff with YouTube. That was always an attack on the media against a competitor, their biggest competitor, because YouTube has more more eyeballs watch YouTube than any other channel in the history of the world. So there is no network as big as YouTube when it comes to the number of viewers and the number of hours of content ever. Nothing will ever surpass it. It is that large. The network effect on YouTube is ginormous. And the media sees this and they're terrified of it. And they attacked in the only way they knew how. The biggest YouTuber said the N-word. Oh my God. He said the N-word. Look, it's terrible, advertisers. Look, it's terrible. It's disgusting. How could anybody like allow this platform? Oh, Coca-Cola, what do you think of this person saying the N-word? Oh, Johnson and Johnson,
so
what do you think of this? Like
so much power from the vision
Raytheon,
they
what do you
have.
think of this?
Right.
Like Lockheed Martin,
Yeah.
what do you think of this? Dude, these are companies that have literally killed people, that are getting upset because some Swedish guy with 50 million subs said the N-word on a live stream. Oh, like are you fucking serious? Like the media has done more heinous shit. Like the New York Times denied the fucking Holodomor in Ukraine. like during during the 1920s, they had a guy over there who just lied, straight up lied, and won Pulitzer Prizes for his reporting. So the media doesn't have a fucking leg to stand on. But YouTube, Google is terrified. Is terrified of bad publicity. So folds like a cheap suit every fucking time. Yet they wield the largest sword that humanity has ever seen. If YouTube wanted to push content that was shitting on the media, they could do it overnight. And that would be the biggest finger in the eye to the press. But instead, they just fold. They fold. Oh, please come on our platforms and put your shitty content that nobody actually cares about. Oh. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, absolutely, dude.
Rant over.
I tell you what, man. There's enough stuff going on right now to embarrass the hell out of them. It just needs to be done in a way they'll respond to, and I'll tell you, it's going to come through some kind of weird outrage, but hopefully when it does come, we can pull all the resources we have together and make it a really strong case, because I know that I got quite a collection of things that shouldn't be on YouTube going on right now just for that reason, and everybody can add to that, just create playlists when you see things that aren't right on YouTube, add it to that playlist, and that playlist, you can private it or to say these are things that should be on YouTube, and that'll come into play one day, believe it or not, just that little bit of effort. Others is people that have had experiences with in DMCA strikes and mass flaggings and things of that. Keep all that. All that's going to come in handy one day. Because when we make this giant case about the hypocrisy of the system and how they don't live up to their own terms of service, which is and they don't follow their own word to the public, that's when they're going to fold for us.
Yeah.
Finally.
Yeah, and Lex is right. Many YouTubers get more views than the mainstream media. When you search for anything, the mainstream media comes up first. Yeah. And that was the deal. That was the deal that was cut. The deal that was cut was we'll stop running stories about how you've got YouTube has a Nazi problem. YouTube has a right wing problem. YouTube's sending people over to the right wing. We'll stop running stories about that, but in return, you've got to show that we're the single source of truth. You have to come to us. I mean, you saw with the WikiLeaks stuff on the DNC emails and Hillary's emails during 2016. CNN was literally if you can't go and look at these, only we can look at these. If you went and looked at the content for yourself, that would be illegal. No, it's not. We can all look at whatever the hell we want. That's simple gaslighting. Yeah,
absolutely. It's the way that they always do things. They get people to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
And they also, try to tell you that, what's going on isn't going on, and what is going on and isn't going on.
Yeah. And look, Gamergate was just a little section of the world, the internet's just absolute complete lack of care for journalism. Because Gamergate at its core originally was about ethics in journalism. And ethics in games journalism. But broadly, we need a media gate. We need a massive push from just normal people being this is bullshit. The media flat out lies to us. It's flat out lying over and over and over and over again, lying to us. It thinks we're stupid. It thinks we're stupid, and it treats us that way.
Yeah, and it really does put a spin on people's attitudes. You could tell people that are very absorbed in the mainstream media, that they adopt the same type of snide attitude and lack of care for, logic and better understanding. They're all about the surface level information. But the thing is that even when you escape that veil, and this is I call these, you've probably heard the same terminology, veils of perception, right?
Yeah.
Even when you escape that veil of perception, right? You go through that, you're immediately inside of another one. And I got news that the lesson that you learned from escaping the first one applies to everything going forward. And so you notice that a lot of people, as soon as they come out of the mainstream media, kind of like they get past that veil perception, they fall straight into these conspiracy holes and they stay there forever. Like, okay, it's UFOs. Okay, it's Q. Okay, it's the Zionists. It's okay. It's they fall into these deep holes where someone's waiting to keep them there because they
Yeah.
think that they're the authority on bullshit, right? And then they stay there, and they become a big factor as well in the whole process of dividing people. Um, we have to like also be aware and get information out that, hey, look, you always have to keep vetting your information. Just because it's not the mainstream media doesn't make it true. All right. There are plenty of grifters, opportunists, and agents out there that are
Oh,
willing
for
to steer
sure.
you straight
Absolutely.
into a corner. Right.
Yeah.
And that's where most people fall as soon as they could get outside of well, not most people. You're going to go through this muck, right? A lot of us will go through this muck and we'll make it through and be like, okay, not for me, or I never really got into that kind of stuff. That's good.
Yeah.
Um, but you could stand to learn something from those rabbit holes as well. So take an adventure with your ability to resist it and observe, because these are some fascinating stories. There's some
Yeah.
good conspiracy entertainment there going on, and but there's also lessons to be learned about mind control and how information works. Right.
Yeah.
The best thing anybody can do to arm themselves in this world is understand the trivium. Trivium logic will save you from most deceptions if you apply it. If you stop to apply it and say, is this premise valid? This is a fallacy? So you're using false logic here.
I've
This,
never
these,
I've never heard that term. What trivium logic?
yeah, trivium. The trivium, right? It's part of the quadrivium, but the trivium is grammar, rhetoric, and logic. And it basically is this way to understand language and to always kind of have the truth come out of what you're saying. It's based on like, okay, these are these fallacies that you can commit, which is false logic, that will make your premise no good, right? So the premise needs to be true for the topic to be right. And these skills you can learn from learning the trivium, are how to detect this false logic. And once you learn the trivium, you'll see all the false logic being used out there to create these false narratives, which are just basically false premises brought to into um, reality as a truth for people, right? So that's what I talk about false belief systems. A lot of false belief systems are built off these. So when you understand them, you can see how people kind of fall into these traps, right? And you'll see plenty of traps you fell into, like as I did, and anybody would who looked, right?
Yeah.
And when you start to do that, you can break down all the things that are badly influencing people in this world, and you see exactly how much subversion is going on. So the trivium will not only protect you in a debate against someone else, it'll also bring a lot to light in this world about just how much bad influence is out there. You thought there was a lot. Wait till you know the trivium. You start looking at newspaper articles and news reports, and how many people are just like rolling through with fallacies, and people are just buying into them, being like, "That's the truth." You know,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a great subversion tool, and that's why we can't have debates with certain people, right? They're locked into a fallacy, a false premise, and there's only so many places you can go with a false premise, right? You have to either keep attacking with fallacies because there's no substance to them. You can't justify it. You've only learned how to defend the point through the use of fallacies. And when you see people doing that, all of a sudden you're like, dude, you just threw 3 straw men at me in a row, and this is how I'm going to attack. And then, you're begging the question here. It's like, nothing you're saying is true. Have you thought
Yeah.
about this? That comes back down to a communication breakdown, which is like one of the biggest things in arguments and debates that go on, right? And I catch myself too, like letting them go on a little too long. I generally have the rule that I want to stop when there's a communication breakdown and fix that before we move on, because there's no point talking if we can't communicate. So, like, say something like you have a definition of one thing and I have a different definition for the same word, but we're using it. So we're starting to argue back and forth over this thing. I realized that, oh, you know what? I think that we're just looking at this word differently. Let's take a break here for a second and try to figure out what you mean by this. And I've done this a lot of times. I've done it sometimes on streams. I've done it in Discord and other places where I've been like, hold on, what do you mean by this word here? This is what I
Yeah.
mean. And that changes the whole dynamic of the conversation. You can actually communicate if the person is willing to listen to you and give you that input. And then go, okay, I see where you're coming from. So this is why I think it. This is why I think it. Okay. If we don't want to agree on what it means, how about we just agree on what it means for this conversation? Like, can we just say it means this? So
that's
Yeah.
so often the problem is like nobody can agree on a frame of reference.
Mhm.
So you're all arguing past each other, and the trans stuff, the trans kids stuff, is a really good example of that. The whole, so like people on the right will say, oh, they're performing these life-changing surgeries on kids, and the people on the left will say, no, they don't do that on kids. Well, it's because when the people on the right are saying kids, they're thinking of people under the age of 18. When the people on the left are saying kids, they're saying, oh, well, people under the age of 12. So they're both right in their own context. They're both correct, but they're like it's like they're arguing from a semantic point, but unintentionally. So they're not using a semantic argument where they're arguing what the words mean, but they are. It's sort of without consciously doing it. Some people are consciously doing it, but for the most part, they're like, no, we don't do it on kids. We do it on teenagers, and that's a different thing. And it's like, well, no,
Exactly.
fuck you. That's the same thing.
It is.
And
yeah,
they
don't.
That's the
they
kind
want to
of
see
that's
it that
the kind
way,
of argument. Yeah, I don't want to see it that way, so it's not that way. Yeah.
Well, everything they see is telling them that. So the information they're activating on is already programming that point of view into them.
Yeah.
That's the way that rhetoric in that area is going, right? So they're really trying to separate out teens because they want teens voting, they want teens having sex with adults, they want all that stuff.
Look,
they're totally cool with that. That's totally
look,
like.
I agree with you, winning. I think fundamentally it all comes down to they want to fuck kids. Yeah.
I mean,
sorry,
at the end of the day,
they want to fuck
carnal,
teenagers.
Well, that and they want their votes, right? Because they're very easily persuaded, and they want all the power. They want the consent to do whatever they want to them and have them do what they want.
Yeah.
In return. Good deal. Good deal.
I figured this was coming, but I thought at least they'd do the animals first. I thought they'd do it the other way. I thought they'd be like, no, people will accept fucking animals way before they accept fucking kids. Turns out I was wrong. Turns out they're like, no, we'll do the kids first. Jesus.
Yeah, it turns out. Yeah, I tell you what. During my investigations, right, I try to do a very thorough job when I enter this mode. I'm very detail oriented in this situation. I'm searching for the truth. I'm not trying to do anything but that. So that it's either that or nothing.
Yeah.
And I came across many addresses that I need to take a look at, but I also every time I was at a location, I checked out all they have a very easily accessible list of like all the sexual registered offenders in the area, right? So I'd always take a run through that, and I mean, I must have seen thousands and thousands and thousands, man. Like that. The problem is like, and they all had a similar kind of look to them. It's kind of weird, but the problem there is that these. I guess it's exploding because there's a lot of cybercrime on there. There's of course some of the worst, right? But you see these old guys and they got busted for having this on their computer or for talking to this person and that person. There's all over
Chris.
the place.
How you doing, Chris?
Yeah, exactly.
Great with your sexy ass.
And it's just like you realize what a big problem it is. It's like, man, this couldn't have just sprung up, right? This has had to be going on for a long time to have this many people involved in this kind of stuff.
Those guys have been around forever. Like, so over here they're called rock spiders.
Rock spiders.
Yeah, because they get into little cracks.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
That's horrible.
Yes, it's horrifying.
That's horrifying, dude.
So yes,
but
they've been around. They've been around forever.
And that's another problem.
Since there has been an age of consent, there have been since since man decided to, put on pants, there's been pedophiles. So
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's
crazy.
crazy.
It's just in the modern age we decided to draw a line and say no, you don't. So we codified our moral standards and said no, if you do this, into the wood chipper. Sorry, no, we don't do that. Sorry. We should do that. But we don't.
I tell you, man, there's something to be said for that, because I guarantee they probably didn't have as big a problem with it before. But they, if that was the case, but it's a problem that seeps into everything, man, and it affects so much. So look at how much time and energy and life and everything is extinguished just for these people. And when you think about it, it's baffling. When you see all these people lined up and that are on this registry, you see, you hear the stories about what's happening to kids, how much of it's going on, and it makes you feel like you're outnumbered at times, man. It really does. But I know that's not true. The problem is that we're all just got our heads down trying to live our lives and do the right things, and that they're able to just run wild because that's all they want to do. We don't want any part of that kind of stuff. We don't think about it on a day-to-day basis. We know that we can handle ourselves. We know that we can defend ourselves if we need to. But they're just looking at like you said, every little crack and crevice they're crawling into and springing out of, and they never stop. It's maddening that someone could be so driven by something like that. That they would just do things that nobody can imagine, hardly any good person with humanity in their heart can imagine ever thinking of, even trying. But yet we have to deal with them all the time.
Yeah, I mean, there's some things that are just beyond the pale. So, and for we've had punishment for crimes since the Code of Hammurabi. Like since we wrote down laws, we've had punishments for crimes, and some crimes are so heinous that the perpetrator needs to be removed from society.
There's nothing more scary than a posse, man. Posse's after you. That's a group of very determined, very able people that have nothing on their mind but getting you. That's a posse, man. Yeah. Posses are scary. Posses of any kind are scary to people. But that's the thing that used to keep people in line, is knowing that if you did something like that, when people found out about it, there was no place to run, no place to hide. And the whole society was behind it. It wasn't just like, it wasn't just like some. It was like everybody had a poster. They saw somebody, they pointed them out, or the gang of dudes on horses come riding into town, going, "You seen this dude? Oh yeah, there he is." Yeah. They're like, that shit worked, because they were like, too, yeah, go get him, man. He did that shit.
Well, Count Dankula put out a video yesterday, Mad Lads, and it was on Marianne Buckmeyer. She was a West German. She was a mother in West Germany back when West Germany was a place. And her 7-year-old daughter was raped and murdered. Like, it's this fucking horrible story. And she went to the court and just executed the guy. Like, pulled out a gun, emptied the magazine into the guy.
Right?
Yeah. And it's like, well, you don't want to say that that's the right thing to do. Like, so logically, you want to say no, that's the wrong approach. That's the wrong approach. And she did it because it seemed like he was going to get off. Like he was going to be like, well, I wasn't in the right frame of mind, blah blah blah. I didn't mean to. Like, it was kind of like, well, hang on a minute. But yeah, logically, your brain goes, no, that's wrong. That's we can't take the law into our own hands. But emotionally, you're like, if someone touched my kids, like if something happened to one of my kids, and someone else, like I knew the person was responsible for it, yeah, I would kill them. I would absolutely kill them. Like, I would kill them, and I wouldn't feel bad in the slightest.
Nope.
Like, I guess, like, And I'm not saying to do this, of course. Like, do not
No, it's
do
what's
not
it's
take the
what's
law
gonna
into your own
happen.
hands. That is illegal.
This is what
Vigilantism
happened.
is against the law. Do not do this. But at an emotional level, like at a primal level, that's a better
Mhm.
term for it. At a primal level, that's justice. That's primal justice. Like a life for a life. Like yeah. Like, but Dank makes the point that maybe there should be a situation where the victims, when someone is convicted and there is no doubt, or it is way beyond a reasonable doubt that the person who did it is guilty, that maybe the victims should be able to demand a price to be paid in blood. So, and I watched that and I thought, you know what,
that
he
in my opinion, might make it worse on them. And it's because, like, I think it should just be a societal thing. Honestly, the victim's already traumatized. It's like then they have to have someone else's life on their hands. It's like, man, I'll take that off your hands, man. I'll do it for
No, but they don't have to. They can say, well, look, he can stay in prison forever. But yeah, like I understand what Dank's saying. Like I don't.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't think I agree with Dank that the government shouldn't kill people, because I can't trust the government. Like, do you watch Lewis Rossman?
No.
So Lewis has a channel where he talks about right to repair stuff, like and he does guides on how to repair MacBooks. It's got like 1.7 million subs, but he recently moved his business from New York to Texas because he was fucking sick of New York's just absolutely terrible bureaucracy. Turns out he had a lien on his business for about 7 years for unpaid taxes. He had actually paid his taxes. He had the evidence that he'd paid his taxes, but he didn't know about this lien for 7 years because the state government in New York was sending the summonses and the demands and the warrants to a PO box in Maine. And that mail was getting returned for 7 years. So instead of sending this stuff that he wasn't responding to for 7 years, instead of sending it to his business address on his filing, like on his tax filings, and noticing that, oh wait, yes, Berwick, Maine. It was sent to fucking Berwick, Maine. Instead of sending it to where the business was actually registered, and using some level of logic to say, well, these letters are being returned, so clearly the person's not at this address. Maybe we should, do a slight amount of digging, and I don't know, maybe send it to the right place. No, they just left it. They left it for 7 years, so he couldn't get finance for 7 years, and he couldn't figure out why. And it was because there was this lien on his business that shouldn't have been there. So he's been going through the process to try to figure out how this happened. But that, I think, is a perfect reason, like perfect explanation as to why the government shouldn't kill people. Because the government can't even figure out your fucking address. So, yeah.
No, I mean there has definitely been mistakes made for sure.
Yeah. Make no mistake,
they are competent.
People who have been executed by the government have been innocent people have gone to the gas chamber, 100%.
Sure. Yep.
So,
and had half their life taken away from them too.
Well, yeah, probably worse. They've spent 40 years in prison for a crime they didn't commit.
Oh God!
And then you have people who spent 0 days in prison for a crime they actually committed. Cough, OJ. That's the most fascinating.
Clintons. The Clintons.
Many crimes. The many crimes of the Clintons. That's
right?
That is the most fascinating Twitter account in the world. A man we all know. A man we all know killed his wife and her boyfriend, or killed his ex-wife and her boyfriend, and yet he's out like talking about, like I saw him put out a tweet on the Alex. What was the case in was it Virginia or North Carolina? The murder case this last Kavanaugh, I want to say. I didn't watch it, but I saw all the law tubers covering it. Murdaugh, the Alex Murdaugh trial.
Yeah. Hmm.
He commented on it. He's like, "Oh yeah, I think he's guilty." And it's like, dude, you're OJ Simpson, man. Like, what? Why are you on Twitter?
You want to know? It's like how many people,
I
how many
think
people
he did
reply
it.
back
I'm
to
like,
that?
it's
Takes
just
one to
so-
know one. It's like,
it's just peak. It really is peak internet.
a peak internet, no doubt. So, what do you think? You know, everybody's always in the moment, right? I tend to like be in the moment, and then try to jump ahead, and you know, you can't ignore the onset of VR and AR at the same time as AI, right? There's a lot of A's flying around, but I mean, the internet as we know it, the YouTube as we know it, the one way to get away from the bars of YouTube and to make something better happen is to do something different and do something innovative. What do you think there's going to be some kind of like integration type of thing that's as big as YouTube and with the content creation and the live chat and the community and all that other stuff, and community being a very bad word, but just the emergence, I would say, the and in that realm, like I always ask this question: what's the evolution of what we're sitting in right now?
I don't think it's VR. Like I've played with VR. Like I had the PSVR. I think the problem with VR is the price. Like it's super expensive, and if you're filming in VR, it's even more expensive. So I think the problem with VR is there's the barrier to entry is far too
Well, I'm
high.
talking
And
about
maybe
socially, right? I'm talking about like okay, so I think that VR itself will be maybe be like relegated to gaming, purely. But I
yeah,
think that the combination of a VR AR kind of like we're gonna see the next gen stuff is gonna be more of a crossover into back into like a presence kind of social kind of situation where
you're talking
you
about
can
the
literally have.
metaverse.
Well, I mean, but I think people are kind of like, okay, I don't want to make assumptions, but okay, let's all step outside the VR box for a second, okay, and just spin around and look at your room, and just imagine a light pair of glasses on, right, where you can do some a little bit of controlling from the phone, the computer, or right on the glasses, however you want them, right. But and then you have this room full of people that are avatars or whatever, and you have the main screen. So like literally the chat's all kind of hanging out, you know, in the same room. Is this comfortable? Is this something that people want to do, right?
Yeah,
But they're literally, if we don't want to do it, the next generation might want to do it. Tell you that. But we're all literally in AR style, hanging out in the same room, and we're watching a big screen with that. Maybe that has the content on it that we want to watch, or the live stream that's going on, or maybe the live stream is just up on a stage right in front of us.
yeah,
It could be anything, right? Would that be more? Would that be something people would be
yeah.
interested in?
I think AR is going to be accepted more than VR because it's going to be easier. So like I think VR is cool. The coolest VR experience I've had, I guess, is the like you put the headset on and you're sitting in a theater watching something on a screen. That's
Yeah,
cool. Like because then
you
you
can
can
do that
have
now.
you
You
can
can have
yeah,
like
that's what I
big
mean.
screen
That's
service.
cool. Like if that was cheap and easy and you could do that stuff, that would be that is the coolest thing I've experienced. But
I mean, you can do
it's
like
not
gaming too.
it's not
Come play tennis against me,
it's not super
play
good.
VR
But
tennis.
like it wasn't like super cool. Like it's a novelty at the moment. It's at that
Right.
novelty level. I think it'll get there. Like, but yeah, if it was a light pair of glasses that just um, augmented the world around me, like using AR, then yeah, I could totally see that being used. Like the concept of Google Glass is good, but the execution was always just shit. And there of course was the incredible beat up about you've got a camera on your face, it's filming all the time. Well, no, it's not. Like that's not how it works. But yeah, I think that was that again. That was a media beat up, like with the Google Glass thing. I mean, that's basically dead now as well. That's the problem with Google. They have lots of these cool ideas, and then they abandon them so quickly.
Yeah, they're huge, dude.
They
You
just they
should,
just
I mean,
walk. Like I'm waiting for them to just fucking walk away from Gmail and be like, yeah, no, we're gonna close Gmail.
they should.
No,
Right.
they shouldn't. I need Gmail. It's got my mail. Well, it's got some of my mail. I host my mail service. And, well, I use 365 for my important mail. So, but still,
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I think with the way we interact with it certainly will be different. When we have AR more built into things, and it's going to be kind of cool. I mean, it's one of those things that I think people will dig because it's just got that Star Trek vibe to it. It's got that futuristic vibe to it, where you just turn your wrist and this, your email pops up in front of you like a hologram. And it's like, that's cool. That's like Star Wars, right? I think at least my generation are not horrified by that completely.
oh yeah, no, I would love that. Like as someone who wears glasses, all the time, I'd be perfectly fine with that. Like I'd love it if my phone was just a piece of glass with like an interface, and when you look at it with your glasses, you see what you see the actual content based on what you should be seeing,
Yeah.
and when you swipe up and down, it changes. That'd be cool.
Your jewelry becomes beacons of a sort, and
Yeah.
you could actually, instead of having a phone, you just throw your hand up and your phone's right there.
You know what? You know what I'm excited about, and I think is the key to all of this technology: battery tech. Like if we made a massive leap forward in battery technology, that's when we can have all this stuff. Because the thing that holds a lot of this stuff back is the batteries. The batteries are either too big or they're so small that they can't hold enough power. But if you had, something the size of a watch battery that could run a PC for a day, or even 6 hours, then you'd be a lot like. Then you watch the technological explosion. Because a lot of the tech, like there's tons of cool tech out there and cool tech ideas, but they're impractical because the battery tech isn't there yet. So, and I think that's the next step. Like once we see a next generation battery, like once lithium ion is like in our rear view mirror, and we have a new like battery technology that's 20 times better than lithium ion, like per kilogram or whatever, and can charge really quickly or can run for a really long time. Because I mean, if you have,
Mr. Thermo, don't you see? You are the battery.
yeah,
Why not create some kind of like human powered like micro batteries that can run off human heat, or maybe like you can like build it like a mosquito where it just like takes a little bit of blood. It can convert it.
I'd like to think that's possible, but yeah, I don't know. Like,
It
I know
give a
you
little
can.
bit of blood for like that.
There's jackets. I've seen some jackets like clothes tech that uses like the kinematics of the movement of the human body to generate electricity, and that electricity then charges devices. So it was like a jacket for a smart clothing. So like
That'll keep you active.
that
You
would
keep
be
moving to
you got to
work.
keep moving to use your fucking shit. Oh, hang on, I just need to jog in place to get my phone to work.
Right?
It's people
You
running
got
on.
it, man.
You get to work and it's just a treadmill
Right?
to run your laptop. Fucking don't give them ideas, Winnie. Jesus.
You're just sitting there at your desk like this, like your computer tapping. It's like
hang on, I gotta write an email.
Jimmy's over there spinning around in his chair. He's like, I just have to go around in circles.
So,
He's like,
fap to charge phone, yes. But
just sitting up bouncing on a ball. It's like good ball.
battery tech is going to be has to be improved if we really want to have that next leap forward in tech. So I think that's the next thing, because tons of people are working on tons of different battery tech. Like, and I've seen Matt Farrell has like videos every week talking about a new battery tech. I was like, okay, fuck, well, or energy storage, and some of it's grid scale, like compressed air storage. They build it like they have these huge facilities, and they use renewables to compress air in the building, and then when they need power, they let it out. Like they let it out, and it spins a turbine and puts the power back in and stuff
Well,
like.
he's like
There's all sorts
what
of.
if like what if like sex charged everything the most, right? So you have people
then batteries are going very flat for many people.
right? Yeah, it's like well, no, it's like your phone's almost out of batteries, and you're like you don't feel like going for a run. It's like, man, that would be something else.
Yeah,
I don't know. They're going to think of something like that.
yeah. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it soon. So, imagine something the size of like a AAA battery that can, or like a, so called the ones that go in. What have I got? I've got one right here. What are they? Like an 18650 size battery, just that can run a car for 500 miles. That would be fucking amazing. That would change the world more than fucking maybe the internet. So
Yeah, energy power, man, for sure.
Like, and I'm not even like I'm just talking about storage, like being able to store it in a compact package, compact light package. Like imagine how much power it takes to drive a car 500, like an electric car 500 miles, and then imagine that in the palm of your hand. Like that would be revolutionary. That would
feel very powerful.
That would like yeah. So and if you scale it up and scale it down, then yeah.
No doubt. No, that the energy is one of the big things, man. That's like that's a resource like that has to be controlled, and because without it being controlled, well, I'm not saying it has to. I'm saying by the people who want to control everything, they have to. That has to be on their agenda always, because so much can be done with free energy, man.
Yeah.
So much can be done. It was a lot of power, man. Resource control. Well, if you can always break it down to this, man. So full spectrum dominance. Cradle to grave, right? To do that, you must control a person's ability to travel, a person's ability to have property, a person's ability to have resources, and basically their healthcare, and as well as the currency.
You
Like,
will
all
own
these
nothing,
things,
and you will be happy.
exactly. Full spectrum dominance. That's why parental rights are so important. That's why you should never give up any of your rights, because every time you take away someone else's right, you take away your own right. And parental rights, if you're not a parent yet, you're going to want those when you get there.
Yes.
Because it's like one of those things you feel like was ordained. Like basically, it's like you get that when you become a parent. You have parental rights now, and you understand why they're so important and why yours matter, your individual rights matter, and on the grander scale why they matter and why we should never give them up. That's why things like forced medication, when you sign off on mandatory healthcare, you're signing away your parental rights. I mean, if you really got to think about this.
Well, you're signing away all your rights fundamentally.
Fundamentally, yeah, but you sign away the parental
like,
rights. And if you're single and you don't have kids and you do that because you think it's a good idea, you're signing away other people's parental rights and your future parental rights.
Yeah.
Because now you're saying the government has the right to tell the children what to do outside of their parents' consent.
Yeah, because if little Timmy Reality tells his teacher that he feels like a girl today, and Winning says no, I have sons. Like Timmy is a boy, not a girl. Well, sorry, Timmy is not now Tammy now.
They'll take it all away.
Yeah, well, the government has decided.
Yeah, they'll take it all away. Like that's all they want. So anytime you see a mandatory this, mandatory that, good for the people, blah blah, just keep that in mind. That's always anything mandatory healthcare is always going after parental rights. It always is. If they say, okay, this is just for adults, it doesn't apply to kids, okay, well, I'd give that a second look. But when it comes to mandatory this for mandatory that, you have to. No way.
Yeah.
Because that means one day, yeah, Timmy's something else, and that means that when they come out with an experimental this and that,
Mm.
that I have no way to say no on his behalf, because he hasn't matured to the point where he can make these kind of decisions, and accept the consequences. So that's my job, and I fail at that if I don't do that right.
Yeah. What do you think is the reason behind all this explosion in suddenly everybody's trans, everybody's non-binary? Like, what do you think is the root cause?
Oh, the root cause is absolutely the early indoctrination and the normalization of it, hiding under the guise of this tolerant, open-minded, society about lifestyles. They confuse lifestyles with kinks, and all the time it needs to be
Mm,
separated, big time. I don't think that think about how we live, right? You and I, we prefer to live with the opposite sex.
yeah,
We've had kids. We've done that same typical lifestyle, right?
yeah.
And then
The,
there's
you
other
know,
people that
the way
for the same
humans have
sex,
done it
they
for
live a certain
forty
way
thousand
too.
years.
Yeah. Well, they live a certain lifestyle too. Their lifestyle is different from our lifestyle. When you have two of the same sex people living together in some kind of arrangement like that, right?
Mm,
So that's a different way of coming in and going out and waking up, and your goals, your ambitions, everything's different, right? So that's a different lifestyle, right? But really outside of that, and just the whole idea of the tumultuous nature of transitioning to something different,
mm,
the medical, the culture inside of that realm, I would say that probably qualifies as a third lifestyle, right?
mm.
That's a totally different lifestyle. You're dealing with a lot of medical things. You're dealing with a lot of different kind of situations and style. It's just, I would imagine living in a house like that, being that way, would be very different from living one or the other. However, you're going to
I,
be in one of the other
I think
relationships
I
anyway.
would I would think if I would think it would the best word to describe living in a situation like that would be fraught, like very fraught, because I think at its fundamental level it's it's a manifestation of mental illness.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say that for sure.
So
And for some, it's a for I think actually for few, it's an answer, and for most, it is that. Um, but I take a more naturalistic approach to these kind of oddities, and thinking that this may be just a subtle way for the the species itself to sort itself out genealogically. A lot of these people don't reproduce, and then people like me and you do, right? So we pass our genes along, and they don't. And so it could just be that this is the way that evolution kind of happens. I don't know. I won't can't completely denounce it and say it's something that's this and that. I just like to point out that when it comes to basing society on things, that that is lifestyles, right? So we're looking at lifestyles day in and day out, and that's really all it is. And so you get these open doors for people to duck into under this umbrella of protection for just basically trying to live your life, whatever that style that is, right? These basic protections, they use their identity to then go about doing very bad things, right?
yeah,
So in their name, under the protection of the ones being protected, they can sneak in and do things, and that the groomers themselves have a weird relationship with the pedos that follow, right? Or
mm,
the abusers that follow, right? They're almost like the primers. Although they're abusing themselves in a sense that they're ruining someone's identity. That's where they stop getting off, and just in making people turn into something different seems to be their real king. But then you have the other ones that come behind and slurp up the results, and the results are very
ugh,
open, suggestible children that are damaged because of this
yeah,
experience. So it's a combination one-two punch. All in all, it's coming from a degeneration of society in a sense that we're the people who should be strong are in a position of weakness right now,
mm,
and they're not fighting hard enough to get back to where they should be. And I'm talking, hey, what does a fight mean to you? Usually, you got to show up every day for a fight until it's won. So, it's one of those things where we just have to like realize that we outnumber these people,
yeah,
and
and
while they're
that's it too.
bullying
Yeah,
us, when we stand up in a line, we're
yeah,
very hard to being bullied, and we're very intimidating. And that's all we really need to do. Is
That's
say, look,
the fascinating
if we
thing
didn't
too.
like you, you wouldn't be here. Okay, if we didn't like you, you wouldn't be here.
The
So
fascinating thing
chill.
is that we do outnumber them like by a massive amount. But
The biggest lobby on earth is the parent lobby, man. The
yeah,
parents, we all unified under this one idea, one perfect idea
yeah,
that we are have a duty to protect innocence,
dirty.
right? Right. As parents, we do. That's the one thing, right? That's the one thing. If we all
Yeah,
disagree with that, put politics aside, put everything else aside, we have one duty, y'all, and that we share that duty together, and that is to protect the innocent children. And if we just do that, all right, we'll blow past anybody, any government, any organization, any billionaire with this stupid money. Like they can't touch us. We're the biggest lobby on earth,
yeah.
the parent lobby.
It's just so strange. Like it's such a strange phenomenon that's just getting pushed by by every by all the entire mainstream is just seem to be unified behind this. This why don't we? Why can't a kid just decide that they're a girl or a boy and we should support this 100%. It's like, hang on a minute, what is has everybody lost their fucking mind?
Right.
How the fuck did we get here? Wait, what? I understand love is love, and if you want to be gay and be married, I guess so. Fine.
That's the other thing too. The other cover, you just said it. The other cover they use is the love. It's love color cover, right? How are you going to argue with that? See, they're masters at manipulating language.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. One of the root cause issues that we face today, and what's led to this, and I'll tell you what, this will blow your mind, right? Maybe it might blow your mind. The what's led to this is the control of language. It's something that I identify on my channel as one of the main root causes of what's going on today. It goes back to what? It goes back to gay marriage, right? And I'm not against gay marriage. What I'm saying is the word marriage. When this was contested, right? It was folded on. And it never should have been folded on because of two reasons. One, we should never go around changing definitions of words. This was a religious word. It came long before any kind of idea of government ownership over marriage happened. Right? That in itself is a problem I think we all agree on. I'm just going to kick that one over into the yes column. Everybody agrees government shouldn't be in the marriage business for the most part.
Yes.
At least the majority enough to make it pass, right? But the other one is that hold on, shit. The other one is that we that they were able to. Well, let me just say this: they were able to inject words and change definitions past that point, right? So what it should have been, because it's a better marketing idea, and they could have made $1 billion off of it. There could have been all kinds of rich woke people running around. They totally screwed the pooch on this one, right? They should have come up with their own word. Should have called it gayrage or whatever, man. Just make up a word. You're good at it. Make up a word and own that word. Don't try to go after and start a fight with the religious people over the word marriage, right? And try to own that word. But we gave in
the whole
on that.
point of civil unions was that.
Yeah.
And that was
you had it. You already had it. And no one ever proved that this wasn't all these things were happening. We just go, oh my God, this sounds your personal story that we never looked into sounds so terrible. And I'm sure there are a lot of bad stories out there. And there should have been something done locally in those situations, right, to deal with those bad problems. They should have been done locally because that's where the impact can really happen. But what they did instead was they attacked the word marriage. We all caved on it, right? And we didn't even address this during the debate. We should have said, we never should be using this word. Here's a list of words. Pick one of these, and then go out and market the hell out of it. Get T-shirts. You got rainbow colored ones. You can put them on your socks. You get tattoos. Put it on your car, drive around and honk your horn, dude, whatever. But just don't try to change words. So when they were able to change that word, right, into something else, all that came behind it was a slew of new words and alternate meanings and all this stuff that they rammed through with their power on the media and the corporations who were trying to look sympathetic to make money and get viewers. That's what I think.
Yeah, I agree. Government should have gotten out of the marriage business entirely because marriage is a religious thing. Everything should have been a civil union in the eyes of the government. You've undertaken a civil union, so we've all got civil unions, and we you or I refer to it as marriage. Someone else refers to it as whatever, but in the eyes of the government, it's all just civil union.
When this stuff was going on, right, when it was hot, I was living in, I believe I was living in, well, if not living in, at least would be in the area from time to time. But I'm pretty sure I was still living down in Midtown, Atlanta, right? Which is like the conglomeration, the main area for like the LGBT in Atlanta. Georgia, probably in Georgia. I think it might be the capital of the East Coast, maybe. But I was asking people, I was like, okay, so they're who are behind it. I was like, so okay, what church do you want to get married in though when this passes? And they're like, I don't want to get married in a church. I was like, well, why do you want to get married? Oh, because I want this rights and this rights and this rights. I was like, that's not. I was like, but that why wouldn't you just want to come up with a new term for that, or just call it, just make the civil union thing work out the way it's supposed to, and when you have a problem, have an organization that can help you with that.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to change the word. So because marriage kind of ensues that when you think about the word marriage, you kind of imagine someone in a religious ceremony, don't you? Does anybody just imagine, standing in front of the judge or something like that? It's always a
Yeah.
ceremony, isn't it? Isn't that
Yeah.
the image you get in your mind? So
Yeah.
that's the
Absolutely.
archetype. That's set in stone. We should think about that because that's where the control language comes over.
Yeah.
When we give up our ability to keep reality cemented in these real archetypes, all of a sudden these fake archetypes can overwrite them. And now they have an idea. We don't even know what a woman is anymore, right?
Yeah.
Hi ladies, how do you feel when you wake up every day and not knowing what a woman is now suddenly after knowing your whole life? I
Yeah.
mean, you're just like, screw you, whatever chick came up with that one, man. It's like it probably wasn't a chick either.
Yeah.
But
Well.
right?
Yeah.
It's like so it's and then we're sticking up for women in this fight for their identity, man. It's not simply. It's just like it's what good people should be doing. And there's a lot of women sticking up for men these days too.
Yeah.
That's the good side coming together, and we need to do that. We need to take control of our language back. All this shit. Someone calls me Zim or some shit like that. I'm just like, what are you talking about? You know, you don't get to
Well,
call me
that's the
something
thing
that doesn't
too. Yeah.
exist. You
That's
know, trying
the
to make straight
pronoun
people
stuff
something
is
else.
about control.
Right.
It's
They make it
about
sound like
injecting
cis,
yourself into
like
the
sissy. Like
lexicon. Yeah.
how they
And
come up
calling
with the word
yourself a
cis?
like a cis man and a cis woman. It's like, what the
I'm not
fuck,
a
man?
sissy. Hell, man, shit.
Yeah.
You get you get to come up with a name for me and you.
Well,
That's great.
well, that's where words have power. Words have power because
Oh
they change
yeah,
how we think.
big
Like,
time.
yeah.
They they can't. What, dude? Without words, right? We can make gestures for yes and no, but I mean, we put things in. That's how we start to build and construct things is with
Hmm.
the language, and the images in our mind that we produce into words and that we say. It's everything. And we were talking about earlier about the communication, and now that we're all kind of like right over that, that I've noticed, and I've studied media history, so like the very first type of communication to the very advanced stuff there is an innate. You're talking about how like civilizations pass the test or not with social media. This goes back to that. So um, I noticed that we, as a human species, have this instinctive drive to get and send and receive and process information as fast as we possibly can. All of our technology, all of our drive in society, everything it's always been about let's get it, let's hear about it faster, let's say it faster,
Yeah.
let's I mean from the clay tablets and the clay envelopes that were transported to the scrolls to the nailing of a bulletin on the church door to newspapers to radio to television to internet to whatever else we got out there, man. It's like
I wonder if
we're
it's
never going
because
to
we're
stop
all
until we are doing it without thinking.
I wonder if it's because we're all keenly aware of our own mortality, that we know our time is finite. So because we understand time and we experience it in the way that we do, we're all aware that our time is limited. So we want to do as much as possible, and that's the reason for that drive.
I mean, that's a great point. I've never heard anybody make that one before. So bravo, sir. Good. Well done. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
That definitely, certainly something to consider, man. Absolutely. There's some reason. I mean, we are born to absorb information and process it, and store it and return it. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know, but it's sure true. I mean, we really are just data collectors, man. We are collecting data from the day we're born to the day we die. We're taking it all in more than we ever realize. And we're just driving, we're piling through it, man. We're piling through that information constantly. That's why it's so important to be winning reality, because people are always trying to make you lose it.
Yeah.
You know, they're always trying to cloud it. They're always trying to steer it. They're
One
always trying to
one day you will
corrupt
have
it.
a troll in your chat who will be losing reality. I guarantee.
Not in my chat, man. No. I mean,
Madco's
if they're there,
probably
if they're
making the
there,
account now.
if you're there, you can't be losing, man. All right.
Uh,
If you're there, you can't be losing. This is what it is. No, hey, look, and it's not just about me. It's hey, look, it's all our realities, man. That's why other people try to make that joke, right? Like failing reality and losing. I was like, dude, you realize you're saying that you're the same thing, right? We're all in this. Either we're all winning or we're all losing. That's the thing. That's why I say I'm just an idea.
Yeah. I think the problem is
What you do with the idea.
I think the problem is a few of us can agree on what is objective reality, or that objective reality even exists.
Oh yeah, there's all that. Well, hopefully, if I toss you a ball, you catch it, right?
Yeah. Generally, yeah.
Don't. Okay, you tried.
I attempt to catch it. Yes.
Keep trying. Here we go. Yep. So, what kind of music you like? What kind of music you like? We haven't talked about music yet.
What kind of music?
If you need to go or anything too, just let me know. I don't know what you had in mind for a time, but
it's lunch in about an hour, so I've got about an hour left. So,
all right.
Music. Well, my musical tastes are very eclectic. I know that.
Well, first of all, I know you like. First of all, I know you like Men at Work, so don't worry about that.
I'm not a huge Men at Work fan. I like the song because, well, it's
blasphemy.
It's the quintessential Australian song. But yeah, no, my musical tastes are pretty eclectic. Let me pull up my latest.
They have more than one song.
Oh yeah, I know. But everybody knows the Land Down Under. So
who cannot be knocking at my door?
So YouTube right now is suggesting for me. It's not under my thermo account; it's under my real account. So I'm not going to be sharing the screen, but it's suggesting "Wheel in the Sky" by Journey. You're the best by Joe Esposito from the Karate Kid.
Oh yeah, soundtrack. You're the best around. Nothing's gonna ever.
St. Elmo's Fire, Man in Motion by John Parr.
Man in Motion.
One Vision.
I'm sorry, my Paul in my head.
One Vision by Queen.
I don't know,
which is a banger song.
I'm
sensing a theme, but Holding Out for a Hero by Bonnie Tyler.
A hero. I need a hero.
One of my absolute favorite songs, Walking in Memphis by Mark Cohen. Never heard it?
Walking in Memphis. Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Walking in Memphis. Yeah, it's a fucking great song. Together in Electric Dreams by Phil Oakley.
Don't know that one.
Together in Electric, like it's down.
Is it really slow?
No, it's oh God, how would you describe it? It's got like a kind of a little bit of a quicker beat. Listen to it after the show. It's
okay.
Rock You Like a Hurricane by the Scorpions.
Here I am.
Rock you like a hurricane. Nothing But a Good Time by Poison.
Ain't nothing but a good time, and I ain't having more. I forget the words.
Ain't looking for nothing but a good time, and it don't get better than
this. Yeah, there you go.
Africa by Toto.
Oh yeah.
The Downeaster Alexa by Billy Joel. I love Billy Joel. Fucking absolutely love Billy Joel. He's the best.
Billy Joel's awesome. I used to listen to him like from a very early on.
Yes, I loved Billy Joel from when I was younger. Yeah. And What About Me by Moving Pictures. You probably wouldn't have heard
What,
that song.
what about me?
It's like, what about me? It isn't fair. I've had enough, but I want my share. Can't you see? I want
Listen,
to
they're doing pretty
live.
good. You know all these songs.
So yeah, I do know all the songs. Yeah. So that's my quick. That's YouTube's quick picks for my account.
Quick picks, huh? I bet you mine would be weird. Where do you find quick picks?
I use YouTube Music. I don't use Spotify. I've got to be difficult.
Oh wait,
So I use YouTube's music service, which
So
is
it's
actually
open
really
to me.
good. I've used YouTube's music service since it was Google Play Music.
Mixed
And-
for me. I don't think it's just going by what I've been looking at recently. I've been looking at a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah. No,
I mean, because I'm looking for stuff for videos. Like
Yeah.
some of the stuff I did today is like way outside of like what I would normally listen to.
Yeah, no. What I'll do is, because I've got my normal account under my real name, and that has my YouTube music. And but if I'm watching stuff for the show, like to pull stuff together, pull videos together, I do that under my Thermo context. So
Let's see.
I try to keep everything separate. I do try to practice a little bit of OPSEC. Hey, to be fair, how you doing, girl? That's all good. We love the replay crew.
Where did you find the recommendations? Like, was like under.
So if you go to music.youtube.com.
Yep.
If you go to home, there should just be like a. If you've used it before, it'll have like a start a radio based on a song.
Oh no, I guess I have it. It says music to get you started.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if you don't use YouTube Music, it's not gonna be recommending much for you. It's gonna recommend stuff based on your video views. So
yeah, they're all like that. It's funny because I'm like seeing all these songs I looked at from different things. Oh, look, is that? I think that's Men at Work. Anyways, yeah, don't let me start looking at that. Let's close that right now. All right.
Yeah. Actually, another thing, like another style of music, I'm a big fan of fucking sea shanties. It sounds gay. It sounds gay.
It does actually.
But they're awesome. So there's a band called the Longest Johns. I guess they're not a band because they don't have instruments.
This is a style of music called sea shanty.
Yeah, sea shanties. A shanty. You know, like they do on ships to maintain timing on rowing. They'd sing a song.
Oh, okay.
And to lift the spirits of the sailors. So.
Okay, well that sounds better. Yeah, what
so
you got?
You've heard the Wellerman? Like it went viral in like 2020. So it's a song called Wellerman.
Okay, well,
so it's like soon. It's entirely acoustic. Like there's no sorry, it's vocal. It's just vocals. You can put it to music. And it's like, there once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy of Tea. The winds blew hard about it down. Blow, men, Billy boys, blow. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. That kind of thing. Yeah. So there's a band called the Longest Johns. They do some absolutely brilliant shanties of their own. So
I didn't realize that was making a comeback.
It's making a comeback. Yes, it's huge.
Sea shanties are making a comeback. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Get out and buy your sea shanty album tonight. And I guess me and Thermo will be making one eventually now. So. I'll be your official hand clapper. That's very fun songs.
Yeah, they're great. Yeah, so there's some Norse ones too that are really good. So
I bet. Wow,
very good.
People really have all the songs really have been written. It's like, AI is gonna change that, man. AI is gonna change that. I'm gonna have an all AI band, dude. I'm gonna train a guitar on the sweetest licks, and train a drummer on the best drummer, like some kind of cross between like Neil Peart and freaking That dude from the dude from Tool. That guy's name. He's really good. And of course, some of my favorites from the scene. My boy Dwayne, my boy Tyler, no doubt. My boy John. Yeah, I'd have my friends mixed in there with the greats, and have the world's most ultimate band. That's what I'm gonna do till I die.
Well, I think
There we
I think there is someone training training a music model on existing songs.
Let me at him. I want it.
The problem is all the like again, it's all big companies with lots of venture capital behind them that'll get eaten up by huge tech companies that will use it to generate content that they own entirely. AI generated content for viewers to just consume that they earn 100% of the profits on, instead of having to pay other humans to make it. That's where this is heading, which sounds positively dystopian. So,
well, maybe it'll just bring the price of human art and stuff up. It'd be like, oh, we like to really the human aspect of this
guaranteed human arts. Come on,
yeah,
come on down.
Done by humans.
Certified human art.
You're not selling me some of that AI stuff, are you? That knockoff human
bottom
art
prices. Actually, the marketplace that I think will be eviscerated first when AI really just when AI visuals really take off. Porn. I think porn is done. I think porn will be the first to go. Like, as always, like porn has always been like at the vanguard of new technology. Like it always has. Like porn. So porn's the reason VHS took off. So otherwise, who would need to watch video? Well, who would need to watch a cinema in their bedroom? Why would I have a cassette player at my house when I can go to the movies? So what helped the internet explode? Porn. So as the song goes, the internet is for porn.
Sex and money, man.
So porn drives technology. Many times it has driven technology. But yes, I see AI just destroying porn entirely. Because why would you pay a woman to do that stuff, and a man, well, a man decidedly less, when you could just generate it, like stuff like the magazines that do that stuff, like with stills, you could pump out a ton of that real fast, and it'll all be unique. So yeah, Costa's like, I hope it destroys OnlyFans. It absolutely could. It absolutely could destroy OnlyFans.
What if they find out that it doesn't do the trick? I don't know. I guess cartoons do, but it's like, I was about to say, like, what if the human beings just like naturally like start to sense that there's something not right about it, so they just don't really dig it as much, and I don't know. The experiments will be interesting, like how when you start to after a long-term study. I'm saying.
Well, the deepfake porn is huge. Like, there's a couple of websites out there that are just filled with it. So, and someone like the celebrity deepfake porn, which there's some ethical implications there, but like this website's full of it, and they must turn a profit. People must watch it. So, and I mean, if they're watching it, they're getting off on it, I guess. So yeah, and most of it is, you're like, wait, hang on a minute, that's obviously fake. So, but people trick themselves into believing it. So people are weird, man.
People got too much time.
Yeah,
like doing something productive. I mean, with the
Tweety, that's right. Yeah, anime porn is now more popular than human porn. Yes. I think the number one search query on Pornhub said the number one search was hentai last year. So, and hentai is, of course, well, hentai. The word hentai it means pervert in Japanese. But if you're searching for it, it's animated pornography. So, animated pornography.
right?
So
Well, what were you saying though? What was your point? You said that
I said that
that
AI is going to replace it.
replace it.
AI,
Okay.
AI will destroy that industry first.
Hmm.
Because so one of the largest companies in the world, sorry, not the largest porn company in the world, but the company that owns some of the largest porn companies in the world is a company called MindGeek. And they are at their core a holding a technology company, an advertising company and technology company. So I can totally see them moving forward on generating the content using AI instead of filming it. Because why would you pay someone to do it?
Okay. I remember what I was thinking. I wanted to say from the point before that one, before we got off on the porn spur there.
Poor choice of
Was that?
words, winning. Poor choice of words. Before we got off on this word.
Oh Jesus Christ! Pause. Yeah. Oh man, take the kid out of the beach. So, anyways, I think the whole thing with AI, it should be like you have to earn it, right? So instead of everybody giving it away, you should just give away like the box set. And then say, okay, here's your very own. When you unpack it, like you have to raise it like a mogwai or something, and you have to like feed it the right information of what you want it to be. And you get other ones, You have one that's a musical genius, one that's a great writer, one that's a, you know, great investigator, whatever you want, man. But you could have your own set of AIs, and you have to train it up, and so then you have your own kind of posse with you, or whatever, your AI posse, your AI gang, your AI family, right? You can just raise your
Yeah.
own AI family. There you go. And like you put this one in charge of that one, and just be like, okay, it's my AI family. I fed the information to it. I raised it. It's got all the things that it should know, right? And it can do
Yeah.
all the things that it needs to do better, and that's its contribution to the family. So, and then you have your own kind of like little AI guardianship with you that you raise, and maybe you can even teach them to raise their own. You have a
Yeah.
whole family, man.
Will you
Like,
train an AI to train an
congratulations,
AI?
congratulations, Dad. You've just
Train
had
an AI to train an AI to train
1,000
an
new
AI.
grandchildren. It's like,
No, but
eh,
well, that's what I think. So the explosion in AI, I think what it'll end up being is you'll have these big general AIs. So I'm stealing this from like an Australian YouTuber named Cold Fusion TV. Um, he's gone through what he thinks is the outcome of all this AI. And his thing is you'll have the big players that generate generalist AIs that can do lots of stuff, and are trained on many things and are like these interaction models. So you'll have just the chat GTPs that are huge generalists, and then you'll have companies that buy access to those generalist AIs that use those generalist AIs as a baseline and then specialize them down. So you'll have a company that would lease that AI to build their own AI that's a specialist in doing legal stuff. So you'll have a legal AI that knows everything about the law, knows a bunch of nuances, and can write legal documentation. And then from that, you'll have services sold out of that. So you can kind of see how the future economy is going to assemble itself based around these pillar tech companies that have made these huge AIs, and then
hmm.
people like that make startups that will use these generalist AIs as a baseline to generate smaller AIs with smaller data sets that are more specialized. So
I mean, no doubt you have to, man. I mean, like, why wouldn't you?
yeah,
Until they say you can't have your own AI,
yeah. Well, because
right? And
and let's
but
be
you have to
real.
have it for them to say you can't have it.
AI is going to take people's jobs. Full stop.
Well,
Every
evolve them,
major
change them.
technological innovation has taken someone's job.
Well,
So
taken is one word. Evolve is another. Like, it can
yeah, well,
evolve
it's
your job.
an old job has disappeared and two new jobs have appeared.
Yeah,
So
yeah. You just gotta be ready for it.
the economy has grown. So which
Certainly, certainly.
is the purpose of an economy. The purpose of economy is to grow.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not approaching what I do the same ever again because of it. It's like
yeah,
my approach has completely changed, and so that means I have a whole new line of different solutions that are going to be able to be out there. And I'm,
yeah,
I know my industry, so I know it's like there's a few sprinters out there. There's a few sprinters, and there's not a lot of most people are just jogging and catching up, but there's a few of us sprinters out there. So
yeah,
um, hopefully we all kind of run together and make something good because there's actually space left over in that the industry for a big innovation that no one wants to seem to take the risk to do, but it's the smartest thing to do because it's stale. Never mind. I'm going into the weeds about things that no one's going to get.
it's all good, man. We're
But
4
no, I'm
hours
just
in.
saying
We're
AI.
4 hours
You can
in. I
adjust.
expect this to be pretty deep in the weeds by now.
I'm just saying that the AI you can forge a new path.
Yeah,
That's all.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of people are afraid of it, and I understand. Like the Industrial Revolution scared people too. So, people
Embrace,
sabotage machines. People threw their
but
shoes into the
don't
machines,
submit.
and yeah,
Yeah. Think of
yeah.
solutions. Think of ways to make sure that the worst possible scenarios don't happen. Right.
Well, and
One of it is to be aware of how it works.
yeah, now's an exciting time. Like it's innovation is exciting. So if nothing ever changed, there'd be nothing. The world would be boring if nothing changed.
You know what would happen if nothing ever changed? Nonstop drama. Seriously. The fact that we keep ourselves busy is probably the only reason that doesn't happen. Just stay busy, y'all. Stay busy.
Yeah. Tim says, "End of the world, very exciting." Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
It is. It is. But but I mean, get out the wax, man. Wax your board up. Get out there. Catch the
Ride the
wave because
wave.
it's
Yeah.
coming. Ride the wave, man. It's fun.
Yeah.
And you got nothing to lose, right? Why not? Why not be one of the people that are surfing on the good waves up front with lots of room
Yeah.
instead of like in the crowded backfield trying to fight over the next wave, next little or smaller wave about it that comes out. It always happens.
Yeah.
That's how I got ahead. I got ahead of it this time finally after 3 tries. I finally caught the good wave. But it takes, hey man, you just don't stop. You just keep going out and you don't
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah.
Keep showing up. Something good will happen.
Yeah. Keep trying to get up on the board.
Oh yeah.
So eventually you'll get it. Yeah.
Yep. And that ride's gonna be sweet.
Yep. I've never been a surfer. My daughter has learned how to surf. So she moved into a share house a few years ago near the beach.
How close are you to the beach?
Me, I'm probably I'm about 15 minutes from the beach by car.
Okay. Yeah. You're not far at all.
My daughter can walk there. Like she's in Bondi, so everybody's heard of Bondi Beach. So she's learned how to surf. So
There's some nice waves there.
yeah, it still worries me. It worries me when she's like, oh yeah, I went for a surf. I'm like, oh.
Right, lots of friendly fellows out there hanging around.
I'm thinking of the sharks, but yeah,
that's what I'm thinking of too. Friendly fish. No, that's some big ones, man.
Yeah.
But so it's really confusing. Is like you see so many documentaries about great whites, and some of them you see people swimming up next to them, and the other ones you see them thrashing at cages. You just don't know what to think of those animals, man. I have no doubt that if I ever ran into one, I'd be scared out of my mind.
I'll see if I can find it. Shark.
Have you been out near great whites?
No, I've swum with dolphins, but I've never been out.
I've done that, but I didn't.
Great whites. I saw this the other day. It was fucking terrifying. This is like a shark frenzy. Like they're all like great whites.
What is it, a dead whale or something?
I think it might just be a school of fish coming.
Oh wow! Oh yeah.
Just fucking terrifying. Yeah.
Shredding.
It's off the coast of Louisiana.
So, oh my god.
Yeah, so massive bait ball with fish pushed up against the boat by a shiver of sharks off the coast of Louisiana. So, but yeah, I saw that the other day. And I'm watching the video. And I just felt apprehensive. Like that is like honestly terrifying. Like,
Yeah, dude, no doubt. And
it's,
that's not that getting eaten alive isn't one of the ways I really want to go out.
no. I would imagine most people would be against that.
Most unpleasant.
Yes, I cannot think of a worse way to go. So.
Oh, there's a lot.
Feet first into a wood chipper. Yeah, I guess that'd be bad.
Yeah, I was thinking of something like that from the feet up. Just ouch.
Buried alive is my
Oh
thing.
god. Oh Jesus. Or like
'Cause
trapped in an underwater cave.
I have a little bit of claustrophobia.
You could give
And-
yourself a lot of claustrophobia if you think too hard about that, or
Yeah.
falling off a really high building.
I never had a problem with heights. I've never had a problem with heights. My mother had a problem with heights, but I never did. But yeah, the small enclosed spaces are my thing, which is ironic because I'm in like a 3x3x3 room right now. So yeah, I'm claustrophobic. Like, claustrophobia is my one phobia. And I guess it's not a phobia because like the idea of getting stuck in something is just scary to me. Like,
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable.
Like yeah, there's a story of a guy who I watched a video on him the other day. He was digging a hole. I think, what channel was it on?
It's probably Mr. Baldwin or whatever his name is. Mr. Ballin.
No, it was
That dude's channels will give you like nightmares. I mean, his content, it's good stuff though, but the stories are like, especially the diver stories. Being trapped down in a boat, like running out of air.
I think it was Internet Historian. Was it? It was one of the Internet Historians channels. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, it was. No, it was his story mode, I think. Video. No, I can't remember which one it was, but I'm pretty sure it was Internet Historian, and it was a guy who he's mining and he gets trapped, and the whole town like comes out to try to rescue him, and he just said he dies where he gets stuck, and it was just the most like those stories are just fucking terrifying.
Right. Well, there's actually hope, and it still doesn't do any good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like, oh god. So
yeah, no doubt.
Very terrifying.
Really uplifting note. Yeah, there's a million ways to die, everybody. I hope
Yeah.
we've all learned something here today.
Bandit says it was on the main channel. Yeah, I just checked the main channel and I couldn't see it. That's all. So that's why I thought it might have went on story mode or something. So Internet Historian's great. So
Yep. So let's see. We got covered pretty much a lot of our. I think me and you could talk about tech forever.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So what's so tomorrow you have your interview with Radix, your blind date with Radix.
Yep.
And then Sunday. So what do you have Saturday? Oh, so tomorrow is Saturday. Yeah. And then Sunday you have your my brain just.
It's a V Radio benefit. Like we're
yeah. A telethon. Yeah, that was the word I was looking for. Telethon. You guys have telethons, right? Where you raise money for a cause, like, and there's different. So telethons used to are a thing. Like a television network would run a telethon, and they'd bring on celebrities, and they'd do events, and they'd raise money live on screen, and they'd have like a panel in the background of phones who would just receive donations over the phone. Don't have not ringing any bells. You guys don't have telethons?
No.
Wow. Okay. I was sure. I was sure that Americans had telethons. I was thought the idea came from that. Yes, telethons are from the 80s.
Yeah, we have smartphones now.
No, but yeah. Whatever. Oh, these people are picking on me because I'm old. Fuck you, chat. Yeah, I think of it as a telethon. I think a telethon, a YouTube telethon would be a great idea.
Yeah.
So I think that's a great idea, Winnie.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we're having a benefit for V Radio, hoping hopefully helping raise money for him to put a ramp to go up into his house, wheelchair ramp for the stairs, and we're gonna be going all day Sunday from like 12 to whenever, I guess, wherever. It's Everstream. It's sponsored by Everstream, so it never stops. The and Saturday, yes, it's going to be a first time interview with Radix Verum by request, special request of the crowd. Like a lot of people wanted to see us to meet and have a conversation, so it has happened. You guys have made it happen. You have created the reality you wanted to see. And there you have it. Yeah, so that's what we have coming up. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Maybe not. I'll try to get the grand finale to LogTube is Weird to debut on the benefit. And if you haven't seen that series, I have a playlist at my channel. It'll probably take you some time to get through it. I would say the most important ones to watch. Well, I'm not trying to tell you not to watch all of them. So you should watch all of them. And there's also another hidden performance, if you will, over on Rumble for Viva and his band for night 1 of the Battle of the Bands. So it kind of goes through a couple of different incarnations because it starts out as just Nick singing on stream, and then it turns into like all of a sudden they're rock stars. Yeah, it's like that.
So what time?
It's lawtainment. It's not drama. It's
what time is your stream with Radix?
It's at 9 p.m. Eastern.
9 p.m. Eastern. All right.
Yeah. I try to usually do things around that time. Yeah. But we're going to start the stream on Sunday at 12, and there'll be a variety of folks, all your favorite YouTube streamers, from big to from small to maybe big. I just said it the other way around.
Well, but like I said, I will jump on when I wake up. So.
Exactly. But it'll be like a big old town party, and we're going to be doing. Oh yeah. The whole daggone gang's going to be there, and we're going to be doing different activities throughout the day. So it'll be a variety of things. People can bring their talents and show them off, and it'll be like a talent show, kind of.
Nice.
I don't know. It could be anything. It's Everstream. It never stops. So that's what's coming up, and then I'll hopefully have the end of that out, and then that's going to hopefully lead to the big video that should have come out a long time ago, but got changed several times because things change when you figure things out. That's all I can say. So that's what's on the horizon, and then also just looking for other guests to come on and other places to take Tour 23 on to. Other venues to stop in at, like Mr. Thermo. Thank you so much for having me on today. I really appreciate the time to get in this chat with you, man, and meet your crowd.
Man, it was fun. I enjoyed
play some songs,
I enjoyed it, man. You've got a whole bunch of songs you can listen to after the show.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So. Just jam for a while, whatever. The and yeah, hey man, you know what? You're gonna be by Sunday, but I'll definitely have you over to my channel as well, just for just to hang out and all that.
Yeah, of course, man. Yeah. I mean, I've streamed with you a bunch of times, usually on Cool Frog's channel. So yeah, we're always around. So yes,
for sure. And I feel like out of a lot of the new people I've been streaming with, man, that we definitely had a lot in common, and definitely wanted to have a chance to kind of just go do one-on-one and do the YouTube thing.
Yeah,
there you go.
Well, I the only thing I have is the pre-stream tomorrow, as always, 8:30 p.m. EST. So you can watch the first half hour of us, and then jump over and watch Winning Reality and talk to Radix. And then when that's finished, you can jump back because we'll probably still be going. So we'll go through the newsy stuff. We'll go through the newsy stuff of the week from LordTube to LolCows, from 4chan to Forbes. As I like to say, yes, Costi, it will be 11:30 a.m. my time. Thank you.
We need to get you
Thank
on
you.
Everstream, dude.
Thank you, Americans, for going into daylight savings.
You're welcome.
While we are still in daylight saving. So last week the show started at 12:30 my time. Yes, I use New York City time. The time in New York City just because it's easiest. Because everybody can add numbers from there. So, but yes, last week it's 12:30 p.m. This week it'll be 11:30 p.m. and I think in 2 weeks after that it'll be 10:30. Sorry, 11:30 a.m. and in 2 weeks it'll be 10:30 a.m. So my show just gets an earlier and earlier start.
It becomes more and more efficient.
To fucking daylight savings time. Yes.
There you go. I was just thinking, man, you need to be officially inducted into Everstream, man, because you are of Everstream quality, sir. Even though you're not many days, but when you do, you do. Yeah. So all you have to do is put hashtag Everstream in capital letters into your video, and you'll be part of Everstream. It never stops.
Cool.
And that's the point. We'll eventually have enough people ever streaming that it never stops.
All right.
Because it never stops.
I'll do that tomorrow.
All right. Welcome aboard.
So yes, thank you, Winning, for joining me. This was fun.
Absolutely.
We'll do this again for sure.
Hey man, I'd love to. And thank you so much for your chat.
Hi everybody,
man. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope to see you guys around. I got a YouTube. I got a Rumble. I got a Locals. I got a Discord. Locals and Discord, best places to get alerts when I'm going live and putting out new content because YouTube hates me. But one day they'll love me. I'll win them over somehow.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks, chat, and I'll see you all tomorrow, hopefully. So yeah, have a great day, evening, whatever. I'm off to have lunch. See you guys.